Maxwell! Hello! Steven Mucario! Moo! How are you? Kalani Moo! You went outside! You have a badge that says you went outside. Hi, Kobold. How are you? Joppica. Goldie! Hello! Watched Neku touch grass yesterday. W! Oh, I miss Neku. I really want to help them with their, like, partner pushy stuff. I want them to get partner. I want to eat them. Yeah, get your check-ins. Kalani! Oh my god, you're finally checking in, Kalani! Yeah! Yeah! Okay, oh wait, I gotta tell Blue Sky that I'm live. Where's Blue Sky? Blue Sky! Blue! Where the Blue Sky? Go live. This is my turn. Dr. Flotion, but I gotta say yes. Tell Azra I say hi too. Tell Azra I say hi too, please.
I knew you would come, but you've come. I have.
Come!
Come.
Okay, destroy that. I don't need that. Sorry, I'll look at chat in a second. I'm just clearing some shit off. From 27th of May? Okay, request, please. There we go. Aaron, hi. Oh my god, the Beavis and Butthead. Zavi, hey, what's shaking? Zenaro, great to see you. How are you? This place sucks. Yeah, so does everywhere else or whatever, like that thing. Oh yeah. I need that meme to be posted whenever full game codes. Okay, good. No, sorry, I was just making sure I got I'm trying to get a key to the new 007 game coming out at the end of the month. Oh my god, going from VOD watching to actual, yeah, you just transferred over. Guys, I want to play Kingdom Hearts at some point. Wait, oh my god, wait, I will find that for Tangia. Hold on. I hope there's one for Tangia. No, you don't. And Kingdom Hearts is so good, though. No, don't get out of state. No, I want you to get out of bed because you deserve to play games today. You deserve to treat yourself. Search, Beavis. This place sucks. Oh, no, I don't think it is. There's not one. I have to I have to make it myself. Oh, I don't want to use the TTS. Who's shitting on Kingdom Hearts right now? I am the great Holio. Do I hope if I can? I just need to like. I guess it wouldn't be too. Actually, you know what? It wouldn't be crazy hard. I would just need to do it. This bike sucks. That sounds so funny though. If I'm able to find, you think it would be made into one. Grinwin, hi sweetheart, how are you? Did you say hi to Azra? Did you say hi to Azra for me? Did you say hi to Azra for me? I'm gonna lose my mind if you didn't. No, that's okay. That's okay. Boob morning breasties. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this one?
I'm being told that it's a skill issue, just don't die.
I'm being told it's a skill issue, just don't die. Now you got me looking on this. The cat slap goes hard, actually. I hope crushes on you, wait, no, I meant Peppo, hi sweetie. I want those paws. Alex. Oh my god. What is that emote, Maxwell? What? I want those, I want a Bappy emote. Crushes me between your thighs. No! Aren't you a fox? Last I checked, Jinwin was a cutie. A cutie. A gyat cutie. Her gyat is cute. A booty shake! Glorp slam! What? You have barley burr emotes? I'm jealous. Hi, Ollie! Glorp slam shripe! Wait, let's change it. Oh, wait, let's make sure I don't have anything on my screen that's provocative. Okay, good. They would make a great headset. Now I need a meme where it's like, these hurt my headphones. I keep missing his streams though, too. Okay, 7TV is back for me. Yes! Wow, the cheek stretchies. Hi, Maris, how are you? I want that as an emote too. I want to be stretched as well. And I caught it, hell yeah. Yeah, Alex, you have it too. Yes, rub my belly, please. Guys, I meant to come on, I meant to go live sooner, but...
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Okay, yeah. You're right. There's no excuse for being late. I'm so sorry. You know what I mean by that. Yui, what's your fantastic news? Talk to me, girly. Chad Pie, oh my god.
It'd be the coolest with Beavis and Butthead doing all this. I'm gonna watch Beavis and Butthead.
Yes. The timing. No, but I sat down to stream and I was just like, guys, I think I need to take a massive shit. And I had to sit there and fight for my life for half an hour. What? You're Chip. You're pretty cool. Hope up top. Did you read the message? Thank you. Wants to rub my belly. Oh, W Flosion. Yes. Oh, I love Azra. She's so cool. Rose, I love you. How are you? But did you play Candy Crush while you sat there? I didn't. I Drinwin. Shout out to my college days though. when I would play Candy Crush when I was waiting for my Farmville stuff to finish. So my college class really got into Farmville too on Facebook. And then but when we were kind of done, bro, we had the entire class in on Farmville. Ain't none of your crops going unwatered, you know? But when for the free time or whatever, if you're doing something else, I would just play Candy Crush or whatever. Office streamer and me being me, I ended up gifting him 100 subscribers. Oh, they shouted me out and now they're probably making me an emoji that I could use and it's gonna be called you. Yui, congrats! Oh my god, I'm excited for you. I honestly can't wait for you to get streaming, because you should invest in yourself too, and get yourself like a W model, set up some shit. If you want to stream, of course.
That I told you on
to tell about the news. I don't know what you told me. You're getting into a PNG tuber? Water those crops? Yeah, they're thirsty little flowers. You're so generous, Yui. I'm gonna win the lottery one day and then gift you 100 subscribers. Go check again? That means I have to check and do work and stuff like that. If somebody's gonna be making me an outfit, then I'll get everything set up. Oh, okay, I'm excited. Hell yeah, Yui. I can't wait for you. Did I even read your DM? Because I was a busy Gorlo yesterday. I was running around yesterday. After stream yesterday, I was like dead. Yeah, Rose is an awesome streamer. She's just getting back into streaming. She's an artist as well. Consider commissioning her. She draws amazing art. I wish I was fucking as talented as her. Ouch, Rose. Wait, what if I want art lessons from Rose? You're good, huh? Yeah. Oh, Hope, you're so kind with your words. I love you, sweetheart. Putting a very big... Oh, you meant to sub for 12 years? I mean, 12 months? I mean 12 seconds? Holy shit. 12 months? That's almost a minute. Thank you so much, Hope.
Supporting a very amazing streamer for a year feels awesome and I don't regret a bit.
No, you're thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Oh, that's a whole year. Wowie. Almost a minute, true. Rolfie, hi. Oh yeah, you were gonna.
I will start my first stream in a few days. Korg.
You have to be high for it, Maxwell. 12 months. That's like a day, guys. Cali Gatto, I love you. Get in where? Get in my asshole immediately, imagination. Get all up in there. Maris, I'm so sorry. Caligato, hi. How are you? My Aya went KO and my boss at my job like fixed everything was stuff that my job was crying. Oh, hugs. Oh, it's on a is that how you found me? Wait, is that how you discovered me on a Lunars thing? For Yui, Yui deserves hella love. You looking kind of shocked. That's so sweet. You mean
Caligato gifted a tier
Callie, why are you subbing?
For imagination. They have given 119 gift subs in the channel.
Callie! W Callie! Boopable Snoop, thank you so much, Callie. Then I must have thought, oh, okay, I see you. The only sub here is Hope. What do you mean? Hope, stop! Why? You are safe for now, Drinwin. What's gonna happen to you? Drinwin, what did you do? Hope, yo, can we get W Caligato in the chat and also W Hope in the chat? Thank you so much for gifting subs. Thank you, I appreciate that. You guys are so sweet. W Hope. There's two. No, the other Hope, not Hope Dreams, but Hope Musical. Hope Music, the one who does music. I am the one. No, I'm still a W. I'm still a W, but I'll Hope Dreams in the chat. No. Crashes out. Hope Dreams is Kira. Oh, you found my secret. You found my secret. Don't tell Light. Hope getting into music. Yes. Oh, there's a hype train coming. Oh no, it's upcoming. Sorry. I didn't mean to like excite people for it. Aaron, 11 months. What the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very kind. W Aaron for 11 months. That's almost a year. WU Draco. Hi. Thank you. Oh god, not a hype train, but a scam train. Come. Thank you for checking in.
Come.
Oh.
I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have come.
Maybe this time Hope won't be. I hope's not. Guys, I was angry for so long last stream because I didn't know. Are you a man? Are you a man? What about you? What about you? Nurse, hi, how are you? Those random trains, sometimes it's single. Yeah, right? Sometimes it's a single train. Sometimes it's like you need 50. What is a man? Throws voice. What does voice have to do with men or women? What if I had a throat issue? Is that allowed? I guess that's not allowed according to Chibi. Imagination. You can't have. Are you a miserable? That's what I am. A miserable pile of secrets. I'll change my voice when I want. I have a fucking pussy. I have an actual vagina in my pants. I'm not gonna show you because you don't seem like the type of person who would appreciate a nice, well, you know, thought out. Guys, thank you so much for the bits. I love you so much. I would. I know you would. I know would, but I think TSHBIY, somebody who just hit their face against their keyboard to type out their username, I don't think they would. I don't think they would. Thank you, Sonata, so much for the bits. No, I can say pussy when I want. Since when is pussy a curse word? People say dick all the time. I can say pussy. Vagina. Oh my god, we're so scared. Vagina. Pussy. Penis. Vagina. Ball sack. Alright. I had my fun with you. Goodbye, friend. I hope you find happiness in your life somewhere. Goodbye. Say goodbye to the person who needs more than 2 brain cells to try to think of an insult.
Haters gonna hate, especially themselves.
True, they hate themselves. That's what they do. Imagine coming into a stream just to show off your insecure self. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
Pussy, marijuana, wow.
Guys, I'm gonna get reported. Guys, wait, okay, proper thank yous. Proper appreciation. Genuine, thank you for the bits. Zephyr, how was the new job? I hope it went well. Are you liking it? Are you vibing? Oh no, we miss him. Anyways. Alice, hi Alice, how are you? Donato, where do you go? Okay, wait, guys, you did the hype train? Oh, I love you guys. Thank you. Donato for the bitty bat boopsies. I appreciate you. Azil, thank you for checking in. Jinrin, you're amazing. Thank you so much. What I come into, I don't know, some guy who was like 12 years old who was trying to like think that they're all that in a bag of chips and realized that he was mostly air in the bag. Oh, but no, stop, you don't got to. Right, Keithachu? That's crazy. Being a dillweed, I got paid to you just. Oh no! What? Thank you so much, Donato. Hope W open. Yes, silent streamer. Yo, thank you so much, Hope, for the bitty bit, or not the bitty bits, but the gifted subs. W.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Okay, yeah, you guys can tell me to shut up. Aw, thank you so much. Oh, I love you guys so much. Thank you so.
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause.
Draco, let's see you. Hi. Thank you so much for the generosity. Oh my god, Maris gets one too. Yes, Maris got a gift sub. 69. Yes! Shut up, affectionate. Shadowfox, hi, how are you?
They have given 69 gift subs in the channel.
Oh my god, you guys are too sweet. I'm a bit buzzed. That make me blush and cry. And blush and cry, I can't decide. Blush, cry. Wait, are the headpads not working? Imagination, talk to me. 6-7 kobold. I was waiting over the other day by Lethnar. Where? Where's Leth right now? I'm thank you so much, everyone. You guys are so sweet. Wait, Alice, what made you want to be a VTuber? That's actually an interesting question. What made me want to be a VTuber? I think I wanted to stream, but I was shy. And then my bestie at the time, well, I was dating him, but we're still best friends. My partner at the time was like, hey, I found something on, I think you'd be good at streaming. And I'm like, I don't know, I don't really want to like show my face, and I'm like shy and shit like that. Dear Bruce, thank you for the lurk. Wow. And then he was like, no, you don't need to show your face. Did you know, Pete? Like, he showed me somebody. It was Keat Lock, I think his name was. Keat Fox, Keat Lock. He had a VTuber of his like Fox or whatever. Miyako, hi. No sad tears. It's just I'm feeling blessed to have you guys. That's why I'm crying. And I watched his streams, and he had like this thing, like this cool avatar, and I was like, yo, that's dope. And then I tried to look to get my avatar myself, and then I wanted to stream too, because like, I don't know, conventional careers don't work for me. I like being my own boss, and I never got the opportunity to do things in life that I wanted to do. So it was kind of like a breakaway thing. Can I date you? Where is that come from? June 20th? What does that mean? Anyways, that's the little lore there. Flosion, I got your text. Thank yous. You already know where this comes from. Can I carbon date you? No, stop. You're gonna say a science joke and I'm not gonna get it. You're gonna be like, did you know that they're putting this stuff in? And I'm like, no, take it away. And you're gonna be like, it's just water, Hope. It's just air, Hope. Taylor, hi, how are you? Oh, another lore. Is there a specific meaning behind your full avatar? Like, do you own that outfit? I don't own that outfit, but this was one of the first outfits that someone designed for me. I couldn't pick out an outfit, so my buddy at the time was putting outfits together for me because I couldn't decide what outfit to wear for my VTuber. And he's like, he found an artist and got her to draw me in 3 different outfits that I liked, and I got to decide which one I felt was like more me, and I chose this one. It was also partially Bargus doing it too. Bargus saw that outfit, and I think Bargus really liked this outfit. Yo, I got a Georgie March. Choo choo, everybody! Show me your Georgie Marches. I'm gonna get searched by Hope and Corgi. Oh yeah, I just was shown outfits and I kind of. He called you old? No! Toot toot! Oh, Maggie, what is that? Taylor, how's it going? I'm going about to watch a movie. Oh my god, thank you for the hello. I hope you have a good movie today. Chip, absolutely you could boot me. Mwah! Baby mama, this goes out to all my baby mamas. I got love for all my baby mamas. Look at all those boobs. Oh my god, Sonato, why does that emote look exactly like you IRL?
That's quite big. Impressive.
I want a pet frog too. Wow. What is that emote, Chip? What is that emote, Aaron? Maris, what is that emote? Wow. I'm teasing. What? See you. What is that emote? Pepple, what is that emote? I mean, you can just call someone frog and go let that. Pen Finlay. What is that emote? Oh my god, can I be frog for Rose? Oh my god, what is that? That's my new catchphrase now. What is that? Maxwell. You guys are so funny. I fucking love you guys. You guys are so funny. Absolutely funny. Hama-O goes hard. It does. Goon Corner? Wait. Oh, it is Goon Corner. Oh my god, you have a Goon Corner mode? Okay, guys, you know what's exciting today? We have a new horror game. Speaking of playing games, because I promise I do that on this channel. I promise I'm not a total yap streamer. But... no, I'm not playing Directive 8020. Not yet. But... we are playing... Captured 2. I almost forgot the title. Oh, if I was old or if I was gooning. Oh, Yap streamer. Yeah, Captured 2. Mega, I love you. All 3, yes.
Lizard.
Hope,
lizard,
take care.
lizard,
Thank you so much.
lizard,
Lizard.
lizard,
Thank you so
lizard,
much,
lizard.
sweetheart. I appreciate your generosity today. I love you. Oh, Lizard, I think I know what you're talking about, dude. Shit, there's another mascot horror that I think recently came out that I want to get my hands on. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the goon corner. Be there or be square, because technically you won't be around. Duskies, hi! That pun was awful. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fuck. Be there or be squared. Yes. Exactly. All right. Let's play some spooky games. Also,
Now the main problem
sorry, yeah, Duskies, what did I do wrong?
Here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
I get to find out today if my video makes it into, I'm gonna be like monitoring my email. This is a little bit selfish, but today I get to find out if my video makes it into Virality, into the community showcase. So no spooky, actually a little spooky. Sorry, my fault. Maxwell. All right, let's play. We're gonna play Voice of the Void later, like after this, but we're gonna play Captured 2 first. We're gonna warm up with a spookier game. I have to press play. I hope so. What do you hope? Do you hope that I get scared? Look, Maxwell. Photosensitivity warning. There's a seizure warning. Detect microphone. Hello. Sorry. Oh my god, I just talked in your guys' ears. I'm so sorry. That the input shows in the green, but I'm a Yap streamer. Hello? Okay. I think that'll be good enough. So I can still whisper to you guys like this and you guys can still hear me. Hello? I'm not wearing any underwear, Maxwell. Is that my truck stays running? I hope so too. I'm not wearing. You have to be wearing something.
Attention. If you are watching this, you may be stuck in a loop. If your house feels unfamiliar,
I wish I talked like this.
in a loop. If wall ceiling lights
be stuck in a loop. Naked in public, it's Rose. Hope equals seal.
Following information.
Not sure whose. That's like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre dude when he's like after like finished a camp.
As you can view this broadcast.
Is that allowed, Maxwell?
There are small
Is that allowed, Wolflink?
Do not overlook any anomalies and make sure to capture them on camera. Each one is linked to a room, and you need to fully stand within it to capture the anomaly. Do not interact with any...
I'm scared, guys. Oh, it's shaders. 1 pixel of bust in the square, and I can't tell. Wait, there's a capture too? Did they finally fix that 1 pixel of bush in the square, bust in the square, and I can't tell? Wait, what? You wish you could tell. It would be so funny. What if it was a redeem me that it changed whatever I talked into? Borderless is fine. Yeah. I'm gonna do low because I low key don't like this is an anomaly hunting game. Disable to remove all deadly entities. Enable to keep half your anomalies when resetting. You do not lose sanity. Oh, what should I do? Object type anomalies only affect large objects, finishes, implies that you do not lose. Staying too long in a loop will drain your sanity. The number required is increased. Features spawn more frequently. That's terrifying. There's days in this one? Oh, thank you. W little PP. Little pepperoni pizza. Okay, that should be better. Shadow people. Until you complete one of those verify you're not a bot things. Oh, CAPTCHA. Yes. Give them the string cheese. Pepper pony pizza. Pepper. Pick a pepper. Put a. You're my little stuffed. Shit. I haven't eaten bad in so long. I kind of miss it.
Hi, Rose. It's your sister, Emily.
Hi,
You
Emily.
just woke up screaming, there's a man in the closet. Isn't that right? Okay. Don't scream this time. Let's have a look. Boo!
Oh, shit. Hi.
Just close.
Papa John's. I love their garlic stuff.
Watch this video instead.
Oh, there's something behind them.
Rose? What just happened? Dad?
A dad? Oh!
No!
I don't want to get chased. Guys, it's right behind me, isn't it? Whoa. Grab and push doors, zoom. Guys, so we don't know how to deal with any of the beasts right now. We don't lose sanity on the first day, so let's take our time to like understand what's happening. That's just Lanky Day. He's chill. I hope the volume's good. Woman in painting. I don't know if the paintings change though, if I'm being honest. Woman by window. Easel. Take a brief look around the hall. Something seems off. All windows and ceiling lights are gone. This is the default loop and it does not contain. Okay. So this is the default loop. It doesn't contain any anomalies. Okay. Cupboard with lamp. No spookies, Kobold. I'm scared. Ooh. Toilet, bath, sink, cupboard, mop in there. You're on security, night watch, shift spots a different kinda. But that's why you're here to help me, Alex. Your default loop may contain locked doors? These rooms will become accessible later days? What do you think they would contain? Rocking chair. Holy, what does that neck do though? Holy, no sleeping, wake up. Books. Desk with papers on it. Clock at the end of the room. Oh, where is the tea going? Inside the giraffe butt? Wake up. There's a closet here. I wonder if that's for hiding. Grab a brush and put a little makeup. Oh, that's a cute campfire. Miss Tacky, Miss Tacky. Your phones. Desk. World map on the wall, guys. Beds. This is the big tentacles. Yo, whose OC is this? Alex watching the Soul Like tab on Steam be like... Sneak to move silent when the noise indicator appears. Your voice and in-game sound can be heard. Oh, okay. Hello? Farmer. You turn off the immersive flashlight and head bob to enable easy doors. Kitchen. It's the 14th. Sink. Stove. 3 chairs. Fridge. Guys, if you spot an anomaly, you have to let me know. We're just on our first run right now, right? Couch, TV. There's no windows. There's no windows. So if we do start seeing windows, cabinet on our left, couch, TV, cigarette tray. The TV looks like one that I owned when I was a kid and I played Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time on. What? Oh, you can't talk this loud, Searing. Searing, I didn't get to say goodbye to you yesterday. I missed you. I hope the night workout went well. Oh wait, are you guys ready? You don't look normal, Alex. I'm sorry, that's mean. Wait, friends, you should follow Searing. They have to stream. Yeah, it's a very EP day. No, that's okay. Oh, that's an anomaly. And use it to scan. Thank you, Alex. They're our favorite skull dog. Press E. Guys, what's this one? Any mood missing or extra objects? Would this count as an object one, you think? Yeah. The anomaly is the whole house. How the hell could they afford it in this? Wait, Happy Lizard, why is that so real? It's just an object, I think, right? The anom counter shows the amount of capture. You must capture 6 total anomalies to escape day 1. Yeah, but it's like kind of like movement stuff. So that's our first anomaly. I'm so fucking scared right now, guys. It implies you know others. Are you cheating? Never, never. I actually don't think I know other skull dogs. Hold on. Do I know any other skull dogs? Meanwhile, there's gonna be a skull dog out there. What? Hello? Don't talk to me. Guys, do I know any other skull dogs? Is Neku a skull? I don't think Neku's a skull dog, is he? Mado. Oh, right, Mado. The full-on deer is a skull. No, I'm joking. Scanning drains your batteries. Look around the house for new batteries. Oh, okay. Mado, how was your stream earlier? I think you streamed today, or was it yesterday? You're not. Are you a skull dog? Because Alex, lest I checked, you were a hyena dial. I guess. Okay. Okay. I guess. Never mind. How would I know? Damn, dude. Neku's an aardwolf. I just. Okay. Okay. Alex is a skull dog then. Ah! I'm done. I'm done. Oh shit. yesterday, but it was good. How are you? I'm doing lovely, sweet Matto. Y'all should follow Matto too.
That's quite big. Impressive.
Something's moving and I don't want to do anything anymore. I heard a knock. It's to be one now. Guys, what's changed, please? Stop, no, stop, please. We did it right. Accidentally confirms you captured missing or incorrectly selecting a nom. It'll reset your nom. Okay, so that obviously has to be an anomaly all the way over there. I can just tell you straight up. We probably have to get closer to it. I wonder what we'll have to sneak around. I think that's fucking me up a little bit. Is at some point our microphone, like, it's not triggered right now. Rose, what is that emo? Miss Dreams, the cost couple is sitting kissing in the back. Oh, that's crazy. That whole room is an anomaly. Can I just tell it? Room scale anomaly detected. It's a completely different room. Did I go in? Friends, press 1 in the chat if I should go in. Press 2 in the chat if I shouldn't go in. Press 3 in the chat if you're bricked up. Press 4 in the chat if you like turtles. I changed my answer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. Oh, I can't go in. I actually can't go in, guys. I tried, sorry. Matto, you're so polite. You're so polite. I've never seen you type the number 3 before. Embarrassing. Wait, what is bricked up? You're like past half mast. You're like the ship is full sails, you know? Oh, I mean, no, don't tell Matto. He's so soft and sweet. If there's something in this room, I will shit myself. Is this chair even comfortable? There's batteries. Like, that's like so close to the floor. Oh, so they're pirates? Yes. Well, that's different. That's a new object in this room. What do you mean? That was a whole new object in this room. There was no... That's something that's outside. Maybe I'm high. I don't like... There's some... That would change your mind. Oh my gosh. Ah! I'm done. You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole. Oh. Oh. You saw that? No way. All right, we sprint. We're reset, guys. Are you okay? I am. Do I sound not okay? Was that scream? That scream was ugly. I'm so sorry. That scream was like actually kind of low-key ugly. It wasn't cute and demure. It wasn't like, ah! When something really scares me, my stomach, like I feel my abs. Wow! I feel like my abs tighten. It's hidden under a little bit of chubbiness, but it's, you know, it's there. But it tightens up, and I let out like. There's more chairs. Actually, in fact, they're playing poker here. You have abs? Not yet, but after Searing's done with me, I'm going to. That was supposed to be like a... That's my couch. That's my fitness instructor right there. That's my... That's... Hope your pecs twitch. What? No, I don't... the boobs at this rate. I don't know if I could turn them into muscly pecs, because they're kind of like round and out a little bit. Searing makers will. I'll attend. Wait, I need to know because I'm scared, Searing. Do you host a Super Saturday? I want to go to the easier Super Saturday, not the intimidating one. And you're so soft and nonchalant. I'm done. I didn't even see him. The pecs twitch on command, but women? How do you do that? Wait, I want to meet someone. Like, how do you pop your muscle chest up and down? So yeah, I know what you're talking about. They can make their like pecs like twitch. Mine is easier than Awesome's. Oh, okay. Are you the nighttime? Are you late? What time is yours? I'll look at you. Which one do you do one? The first one or the second one? You go do the pec pop? I like low. How do you? I need to like know how you like do that. First one. Guys, hold on. Alt tabs. Join links. No. Role selection. I can't do. I want to do Taekwondo, but it's like right smack in the middle of my stream. Super Saturday at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Damn it, I'm usually streaming. It's just muscle control? That's intense. Does it hurt? Or is it kind of like does it feel like what does it feel? Sorry, that's a weird question, but like when you like twitch your like chest muscles, does it hurt? Or is it kind of like you're flexing your chest? The only thing I want popping is your mic from a jump scare. That's an insane husband. Hi, lovey.
It has been 5.5 months.
Just flexing. Okay, not bad.
Without a trace. Since then, more than 100 unexplained disappearances have been reported across the state.
See, at least when you, I like when you host a missing object in the office. You're trash. Oh, I should have stayed for the lore, Ghosty. I will next time. I'm so sorry. Leon, hi, how are you? Okay, we're gonna have to start checking hallways first. What was missing in the in here? What was the object missing in here? Yeah, boy, tired. Oh, have a joint and take it easy. No, guys, if you ever wanna like get like fitness and fitness dick. Sorry, that's soaring fitness has been like life-changing for me. And if you like look it up or whatever, they have like gym workout sessions you can join, and it's so much, it's in VR. You don't even need a VR set for it. I know a couple of people who show up on desktop. but Searing's an amazing instructor. He's weirdly, they're weirdly, I don't even know how to describe it. You're weirdly encouraging because like I'll be like, you'll be like hosting the third set or the second set, or maybe the third set even, and I'm like low-key dying, like my legs are just absolutely destroyed, but there you are, just like, yep, sit down, let's do hollow holds, it's easy, it's 45 seconds, you guys got this. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, I do fucking got this, I do got this. And then I'll hold it, I hold it and I do it. Guys, work out. And awesomes are more muscle intensive. Oh, okay. Cardio intensive. I kind of like that. I'm Emily. Yeah, you're good hype man.
Most don't have tapes.
Okay, lore drop, lore drop.
Other parents said
Yeah. I go to the US afternoon ones, husband, if you want to know. 7 p.m. Mountain Time.
You got this, kiddo. We miss you.
Where did I go from my dad?
Your sister asks me every day. I just don't know what to say. We can't lose you too.
I'll find a way back. They miss me. Wait, they miss me. Wait, I wonder how they. Okay, I'm missing. Is that an anomaly too? Like, should I like? Oh no, I'm just in a room. I do like how this is not just an anomaly spotting game, but it's also like a backrooms games. I miss you, not like that. I miss you, Dad. Searing. My aim is getting. Oh my god. I wish I could say the same when I go to the bathroom, Searing. But no, that's a joke. That's a joke. I can't. Oh no. I hope the TV plays again. Sent you a DM. Immediate. I mean, immediate. Like, does it like I need to check it right now? Mood. Whoa. I mean, it's quick. Oh my god. Really good, actually. Hi, Paisy. This is a whole other area. I took off my That's an insane way to say bottom surgery. You took off your walkie. We'll have a lower chance to spawn during this run. Yes, F you, walkie. Wait, that's so cool. Bottom surgery? Nah, it's called you took off the foregrip attachment to your weapon. It's so funny. Paige, I hope you're doing well. Rose! 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 I like the music. Okay, here. Check this. This is missing. What does VICAP mean? Amanda. We're missing? Oh, it's them. Were they all home? Was filming a video with friends at Michigan. We're all in Michigan, bro. And we're all caught, yeah, filming a video with his friends. Everyone was filming when we got caught. Or something disappeared. We've disappeared. Wanting to hear wet slapping like people making mac and cheese? I hope to God they're making mac and cheese because I'm hungry. Am I on the sign? I'm Emily, right? Amanda, Samantha. I don't think my sign is there. Okay, this one's pointing here, but I kind of want to write. Whoa, what do the slides look like? The yellow. Wait, the blue side actually looks low-key fun. We're doing the blue side, guys. Want to film it? Now I'm scared too. No, Gobolds. You remind me of a friend. You remind me of a friend who went to one of those parties at a con, but they went because they knew there was gonna be food there. Like, people brought food there, so they went for the food and then just dipped. You're right, same. That's what I'm saying. Like, Amanda. Who are you? I'm Amanda. Oh no, Alex. That's me. Valid. Okay, Smeef. You can has cheeseburger. Ma. I feel like there was a shadow fox. That's insane. Go eat around people, Fallion, and dip. Yeah, that's how you dip. The high is kicking in. You grab a few snacks. Say, excuse me, sorry. Dodge a C shot here and there, and then you're out. And then you go back to playing Super Smash Brothers in the gaming room. No, I'm joking. Guys, I can never make a proper highlight to my videos because I feel like I talk about random different stuff. And like, as somebody who's like wanting to watch an actual gameplay of this game is not gonna get what they've intended. Dodging like it's a war zone, right? So just vor. Next exit? The phone is the next exit? Do we make it? I should be allowed to, like, that should be a whole, did we ever, like, did this ever count as a, no? Or I already scanned it. Thank God. Demetria, that's why you're beautiful. That's why you're the, I'm done. Dude. The phone dude is so easy now. He got me in the first hat, NGL. But he's not getting me this time around. Firemind died! I got abducted to a Soul Calibur 2.4. You did? Ring ring, hello. My buddy. Oh, I don't think he entered in the Smash Brothers. I had a buddy who went. I told my friend to find you to get a sticker. His name is Sheeb. Sheeb TV. I asked him to, like, cause you had stickers, I think, and I wanted a sticker. But my buddy Barkus entered a Smash tournament. I don't know how he did, but I wonder if any of my friends. Man, next time maybe I'll go to Flaw. But I already selected my con of the year, and it's a local-ish con, so I was like, I kind of was like semi-restricted to that. But was there a tea kettle? I feel like that stove was empty. No? Okay, my fault. I am ravenous. I lost the third, winning the third way to put him in the finals the next day. That's insane. You know what? Good on Barkus, though. No way back. Yeah, it's much cheaper. Speaking of my local con, hello, Wolfendiety. I hope you like spooky games. Find me yourself and I have... Okay. Wait, I can do that. I'm on a mission to find Searing. Hello, anyone in the bathroom? Okay, you know what? The bathroom is my safe space. What is up, nerds? We're chilling. We're chilling. We're vibing. Hi, Kat. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I can't. You guys almost made me laugh. Ending my Friday early, long weekend. Yeah, let's go. The bathroom is truly my right. You couldn't see it because my model's in the way, but it reacts to sound. That thing reacts to sound.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have come.
Kill Hope.
I think I'm dead. You might be a slight problem. Need something louder. Sneak to move slide. I was just cornered, bro. I was just nothing to do. There was nothing to do. I wish there's sometimes I wish I was an IRL streamer because you should see like half my expressions that I'm like actively making while it's like looking at me. Oh, hi, Katja. Wait. Aaron's... Are you... His phone died? That's okay. Hi. That's so cool. Are you one of Aaron's... Are you Aaron's mom? Parent? Hello? That's so cool. I got someone's mom... Just do a duo cam for real. Object? Ugh, sobs. My bathroom is not a safe space. Well, now we have... Okay, more lore, I guess. Can we, It's lighting. Because... I walk in? Oh, it's like a whole different, like... Does this count? It's a whole room. Cause it's also like not just the light. It's also like there's a whole table and no, your son is not bad. W parents. Yes, we got that right, guys. We need to get out. It's still the first date. I'm pretty sure there's like... I don't know how many days there are. Wait. Was there a mirror? Or it was a cabinet. It's a cabinet. It's a missing cabinet. Wait, did we had someone's mom VR in the workout? Was it the session I was at or someone different? No, it only the alerts don't count, Maxwell. W moms, yeah. One dream essence. You late. Hello. To be fair, if I was a parent, I would also pinch my kid's cheek. Right, Kobold? Based mom. You have COVID? You have COVID? Are you okay? How do you have COVID in this day of age? Are you like, cause you sneezed? I didn't. Ali's cheek stretchies. Santa nowadays. Luckily, I don't think Hanta is as like spreading as fast because it's harder to get. But I don't know. I feel like that kind of attitude is what led us to like having COVID crisis. I know, right? We have some people who were in who arrived on Canada from that cruise. A second you know what's crazy is I know, right? 2 once in a lifetime would be crazy. It would. Oh, we've already been here. This one. It is crazy though that like, but you gotta be careful around rat stuff. Like, if you have like rats in your home,
Emily, sweetheart,
if you have rats in your home, or you like any mouse droppies or whatever, like honestly, like make sure you cover yourself up before you take that shit out, because you don't want to. Oh, New Paul, that's so sad.
Other parents said to try calling our home number.
Calling our home number?
They were able to communicate through voicemail.
What? So other parents like.
This, kiddo. We miss you.
Soxy.
Your sister asked me.
That's what you are. Gay, homosexual, gay. Just recently a super deadly omega figure. Yeah, I feel like I've heard the holiday abroad. Yeah, real though. They picked it. Did you hear where they picked it up? It was from like a dump site somewhere. And I'm like, who's going to a dump site? Apparently it was to take a picture of a rare ass bird. Guys, my #1 fear is someone being at the end of a slide. You know when somebody like holds themselves? Like if you're going down those tube sides and somebody like turns around and puts their hands and feet like against the like the walls of it, waits for you. That's terrifying. Somebody did that to me when I was a kid. No, this means he has less of a chance of spawning, right? Waki has a lower chance to spawn during this one. Good, he better. bicycle. See, wee. I'll catch you at the. No, that's terrifying. Especially if I don't see it coming. Unless you mean catch me if it's one of those fast slides and you don't want me to like fucking come out of it and like get the biggest butt rash known to man. Hope would wait at the bottom of the slide. Yeah, like a hug. Oh, that's true, Maris. No, that's true. You go down the slide because you know you don't trust the person behind you either. You don't trust the person behind you. You know they're speeding down that slide. So you're like, oh, get out. Like, yeah, let me get through the slide as quick as I can. Colonoscopy footage. Trust. Oh, Kat, thank you so much. I appreciate that. A cool brutalist water slide. What does that mean? What does a brutalist water slide world mean? One more anomaly. Oh, wait, let's check it out. Made from concrete. We have one more. Oh, you can't possibly miss now. Shoxy, you can't possibly miss now. Yeah, slides are great. I'm just... What is the object? I guess... But it's not even a... It's like a whole object is missing and changed. It's the piss. Oh, Scully! Yeah, Maris, you have Engel now.
This is, but it's kind of hot.
I'm confident he can still miss. That's so fun. You're a fucking asshole. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Dakota! Oh my god, I miss you, Dakota. How are you? We technically found enough anomalies though, but I am worried if there's an extra one and I miss it, the level will cancel. Plus lore. Like technically I could low-key still sprint. No, that's okay, Dakota. It's okay. I appreciate the links regardless because it helps me out and stuff. Now we go through, we win. Oh! Did you see that guy? We escaped day 2. Day 1. We made it to day 2. Lock in. Hope you're crazy. If I could, I would charge up a fist and then punch through my monitor into your monitor.
The investigators told us. They said in some tapes kids seem to forget things. Like that place is slowly wiping their memories.
What is that? That's all copies of my rooms.
Your sister and I are...
It's been a year? No, it's day 2 and it's been a year. You ever been on one of them sheer drop slides before? Yes. Zara, how are you feeling, lovey? It's good to see you. It does not contain any anomalies. A new room has been default loop. The number of required anomalies has been increased. Is it the same loop? It's just one room's been added? Exhausted? No. Are you just like working or sickies? It's the laundry room, guys. Bicycle, vacuum, laundry. The thing that I stretch my back on. Power stuff. Okay. Montreal winter sports. Office. Oh, there's a TV added and mapping. Some of this is changed. Oh, because this is happening. This is the new. This is like where my house is now. You get stretched on a what? The stretcher thing on the laundry. This thing. Long day, Shanghai flops on you. Gonna tie you in a loop? No, don't. Wait. No, okay, so some of the rooms have changed because these rooms are now like, the bathroom hasn't much changed because really who honestly changes their bathroom in a year? It should be the same layout, probably. We can see the laundry room because we've remembered the laundry room now. Maybe that's from our dad calling us or whatever and was like, ironing board. His office is now different because he has a map and like a track of the missing cases back on the left and right. No, I'm forgetting my dad's face. There's a TV in the corner. Good, just resting. Good. W resting. Get some W games in. Right? I agree, Alex. It is creepy. Has the sister's room changed? No, they haven't changed my room yet, actually. After a year. Oh, he was born without a face. My fault. That's locked. Kitchen. How does the kitchen look? A slight difference, bags. The seats are the same. Juice box. No real big changes? If I do anything goofy, oh my god, please do. Any shenanigans happen, I'm so ready. My dad is the only one in his office who's changed. I kind of need to pee soon, guys. I have to say that. The 5. DJ Pony, I love you. Is this the lore?
When my kids want to play. When I spend time with family. I've got Lethe inhalers. Ask your doctor if Lethe is right for you. Or visit a Lethe.
Do I have asthma?
Say goodbye to your depression and welcome.
It's the TV. Watch the TV broadcast in the office. Something just flashed up there. But I think it was just like a loading issue, but it's still scaring me. What are we looking for now? What's different? I hate that we have to have find 13 on day 2. Like only one thing changed so far. That means I have to do this loop so many more times. Alright, who shit themselves? Oh, the sanity resets. Sanity resets, guys, as you enter. Okay, well, the light shouldn't be on. But it's not a complete... What do you mean? Oh, the same room. My fault. The game even knew I was like trying to spot it. That's crazy. DJ Pony, how's work going? Is that... Or extra objects? What would this count as, guys? It would count as an object, right? You think? Or do you think it's a lighting one? What if the real anomaly is the way they described objects is any moved, missing, or extra objects in the inventory? Or is it an electronic? Oh my god, Sammy, hi! How are you? Where's Ghosty? Ghosty? Oh my god, my sanity's running out. Are clocks electronic, guys? How do clocks work? The clock is normal. Okay, I'll just do lighting. They have gears, no electronics. How do you know that, Sammy? Dude, did you learn that because you moved to Colorado? Bro, apparently Colorado's the place to go. My sanity's lowering. What do I do? What do I do with the fucky? I'm so pissed. I know, because I'm shining your flashlight to... Oh, that's right. Guys, I need to piss. I need to piss something fierce. Do you guys mind if I take a quick yes? Go piss, girl, Sammy, I miss you. When do we get to have a Sammy stream? Oh, my sanity's lowering. Oh wait, I can pause. Okay. Okay. Ghosty, you're in charge. Don't. Oh, girl, piss. As soon as yes. Okay. I can't wait. You're so funny. Alright. I'm back. You see those hanging bars in the clock? They're not balanced, so no one wants to go up and no one wants to go down. Every second the brake on the gear holder releases the letting. Whoa, Alex, did you just describe to me how it worked? Damn. Okay, speedrun. Speedrun, guys. Nothing changed. Laundry room looks the same. I kind of like this anomaly spotting one because, like, I don't know, it's not as, like, sweaty as the other ones. You can... Scared the shit out of me. You can make it as sweaty as the other ones, but Lemony, hi, moo. This one? This one? Oh, Lemony, how? So was lighting correct? I don't know, I died. There's too many plates. Moo, Lemony. Okay, we got more urinals. You're anal. It's Hope's bathroom. No, it's not. Oh, you're right. My model isn't track anymore, W. Sometimes my phone glitches, I guess. Hope is I am. It's real, Matto. Matto, what time is it in your area? It must be super late for you. Is it time for bedtime? PM or AM? La la. La. Nice meeting you, cat. I hope you have a lovely day, cat. Thank you for showing up. I missed an anomaly in the living room. There was an object. What? Oh! Is this that skibbity toilet? Wait, why is there a deal going on with the old chair? And like, look at that. They all got hats and they're offering money. It's the poop meeting. Oh god, the toilet mafia's here. Has been completely transformed. It's not an object, I think, right? Oh my god, speaking of stream elements, did y'all see stream elements might be like on the fritz soon? Don't shit yourself. I'm trying to. Okies, what is that emote? All right, 2 down. 2 out of 13. Oh, mac and cheese and dogs. There's like lights everywhere now. Lighting. Is that a whole different room? Would that count as a whole... Or wait, no, it's probably just lighting. Best meal, oh, right? Dude, I'm sorry, I'm so nervous right now. That was so close. That was so close. I'm so stressed right now. Oh, the calendar changed too. It's 1998 because it's been a year since I've gone missing. 4 out of 13. Especially with, oh my god, same. Ketchup goes hard with macaroni and cheese. And then you add the hot dogs. Oh, so good. Law. Law. Like that? Oh, we trapped him. Oh, GG's. GG's. Also, mac and cheese with, I have, oh my god. Turn that mac and cheese into like a baked mac and cheese. Like, not just some craft dinner shit, but like, oh my god. Bro, my mouth is watering. You macking my, oh my god, stop guys. I'm so fucking, it's a whole studio. Does this count as a room? Or extra objects, you think? I feel like it's a changed room. Bread and unsalted butter. Swedish meat. It's, oh my god, guys, I'm gonna explode. I'm so hungry. Oh, I have to be in the same room. Wall writing. What a bitch, bro. You know what? I honestly would rather the phone anomaly chasing me. Because I guess the quiet guy is kind of easy too, but like, sometimes he's like, honestly, like, a B word. Lemony, what is that? What is that emote combo? I'm gonna have some tacos tonight again. I have leftovers. I'm trying to be like a good person and eat my leftovers. I had tacos last night, but to be fair, I don't get tired of tacos. Lemony, what is that? Lights. If you guys see something, please let me know that looks odd, that I haven't, like, even if it's like wall writing and I missed it. Kobold, why the dances? Oh my god, these lights are destroying my frames for some reason. Zero? Missing object? Guys, I'm never escaping day 2. I truly am never escaping day 2. I just stuck here to catch, to be completely right each round. I'm shitting myself. I'm shitting myself. All you guys are doing, why is everybody dancing? I'm shitting myself. I'm losing. Sounds painful, please don't. I hate getting chased in these. Have you ever, I played a game of tag in this and I realized that was my #1 fear as well too. Leon won. Everybody dance, yeah. My anus is bleeding, yeah. Like all the little fucking guys are dancing and shit. My anus is bleeding, yeah. Alex, what is that emote? For the love of God and everything that's holy.
Hey, kid.
Yes, yeah, Kalani.
Haven't heard from the investigators in a while.
My spoon is too. It's ongoing.
So I'm looking into this myself.
Okay, so this is. I love it.
The other parents, but couldn't piece together
Yeah?
other kids were prescribed them too.
Was it the inhalers?
I have no idea what it means.
Maxwell, will you dance for me?
I'll let you know if I find anything.
Okay.
I'm not giving up on you.
W dad, by the way.
Me neither.
But looks like people who were prescribed those inhalers are linked to this too. Bet they'll dance for Nuggies real. Maxwell, will you dance for Nuggies? Yes or no? Why? Does it scare you? Are you afraid to dance? Whoa. This whole section should allow me to immediately succeed the entire day too. I'm not a gnoblin. Okay, I won't do that joke anymore. Oh, trans all over the floor. I can't keep my trans inside. You just sit on the bench for why? What is going on in this game? I'm not a Ganell. Okay, I won't do that joke anymore. Eats you, kobold. Oh, a nice chair. I don't know. Oh my god, I would do nasty things for Cinnamon Toast Crunch. The taste you could see. Well, hey, Savannah, how's it going? Sit on the elephant. I did. I was hoping for it. Hope I like Cinnamon Toast. It's so good. Okay. Oh, I'm so annoyed. We were so close to escaping. Garbage, nothing here. Nothing seems out of place there. Chairs are normal, I think. Kitchen's normal. An oven? Oh no, is it super hot over there? Super hot. All right, we're through. Let's hope we get easy. Like, yeah, this is what I want. Just easy ones to spot and multiple ones of them. Box. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs is actually... What? Wall writing? There was I'm so done, guys, with this trash game, dumpster game. I'm just ass at the... Thank you. I love you guys. You guys are all cute too. Takes a cutie to know a cutie. Where in the world was the wall writing, bro? I need help. I need help with this game. Why isn't this co-op? The machine, I know, right? Two. Okay, 2 out of 13, guys. I hear something. I fucking hear something. Bye. Bye. All right. Other bit interchange the thought. I said, yeah. I know what you're talking about. That song was like a hit, and it's in my it's got some. I know, but I can't. I'm looking for batteries. I promise you. I had to scan those anomalies though. It's like it's not like I didn't. I touched Yuki. Damn. Let's just backtrack real quick to see if there's any batteries. Now that I'm not like hiding because like of the sound monster. Oh no, it's the sound W. It's the sounding monster. Run! I'm gonna sound you. God damn it! I'm gonna crash out. Hallway object? What the fuck do you... Sorry, I'm not crashing out. I'm okay. Oh, how do you know what sounding is, Kobold? I'll lose my goddamn mind from this stupid game. I'm gonna switch to Voices of the Void. Oh, okay, no crashing out allowed. Oh no, one of the chairs died. One of the chairs died. We take W's here? Okay. Sounding? Where? You can't arrive when I say that. It just sounded like a good time. Fuck you. Fuck you, motherfucker. Bit. Let's go. Let's go. 2 out of 13. We take W's for the wide load. 2 out of 13. There's going to be some. talking to them. That chair is wanted dead. Rise up, my toilets. Rise up. You got this. I agree with you. That chair. Dude, that's why those chairs were sad. Because the toilets killed them. There's a whole other side plot going on here. ISO, I love you. Thank you for cheering me on. There's a whole other side plot going on. That's even more interested than my missing cases story. Maxwell, talk about shit talking. That's the funniest sentence I've ever read today. Toilet speaking. Wait, Maxwell can speak German. Say hi in German, Maxwell. Okay, 4 out of 13, lock in. Hello. Hey. Oh, that's Swedish. Lamp. Laundry baskets. Yeah. Hey, hey, Monica. Hey, Puddy, Monica. Hey, Monica. Hey, Puddy, Monica. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. 11 what? Hey, hey, Monica. Hey, Puddy, Monica. I'm so scared. Hi, Maxwell. I like how he crawls. He's so silly when he crawls. Moin. On top of haunted plot, right? Agree. They need to stop building these things. Okay, good. Green. 5 out of 13, guys. Do you think there's like a monster here? What happened? Was it this? What do you mean? You heard that though, right? Too, right? What fell over? What? Cafe, thank you for checking in. Something happened. Something in the came in the mail tonight. These nuts. Okay. What happened though? I feel like something happened to this room that made the cling. And I don't know what. I'm gonna do a full-on scan. Where? Okay, I clicked something. Huh? The toilets are gone? Well, yeah, though the group to toilets, I got rid of them. Seven out of 13. Seven out of 13. The posters are the same. The plushies are the same. We got good with that. Doop boop. There we go. How we doing now? Doge! Oh, you came just in time. You came just in time for dinner. I think I got this section wrong. Wowee! I hope they all don't turn on and scare me. Eight out of 13. Turn off the phone demon tutorial. There's toilet paper. I can't even go in that room. Is this the what is this? What would you count that as anomaly? Extra objects? I guess extra objects. COVID TP stash real. Because it's still the bathroom. It's just there's a lot of toilet paper. Okay. Surprise us a monster. No, no meat. I don't want to be scared. I'm trying. What was I still don't understand what was different. Meat, I'm so hungry. What are you making us for dinner? Toilet paper, toilet paper, toilet paper, toilet paper, soylent paper. Missing TV cupboard, missing people's poster there. Toilet paper is trees. Wow. For the toilet mafia, maybe you could wipe your face. I need meat. Nice to meet you. Meet your maker. Oh my gosh, Doge is so cute. I love them. Uncle Bamfies, I need this. Whatever this room setup is, I need. This is perfect. It was perfect. Perfect. Down to the last minute detail. God, I will never not love Homelander. Sometimes he says the funniest things when he's not losing control of his own emotions. Uncle Bamfies, how are you? I want Taco Bell. Uncle Bamf, give me Taco Bell. Meow. Rate meow, as they say. I am. I'm making tacos. 10 out of 13, guys. Lock in. Lock in for different things. Yes, that's one monster down, so there won't be another monster that spawns, so we don't have to worry about anything monsters. Curtains the same. Lock in. 10 out of 13. Hope it's meat time. It's Schmeat time. Schmeat your schmaker. It's Boshy time. He can't handle my meat. He can't handle the meat. Wait, I actually low-key, genuinely hope for another, I hope for another, anomaly here. Sorry for that late, so I have no idea what's going on in the house. Oh my god, evil monster probably just lives there, right? No, it's okay, trust. I hope it's a really obvious one though. I hope it's a really obvious one. Please show me a really obvious. Was there shopping there? Damn it, we need to actually go one more room. Wait, was there a plant there? No? 12 out of 13. We need to survive this loop. Survive this loop and win. I knew it. I was like, where's the telephone? I knew it was gonna be there. All right, lock in, lock in. There has to be at least one anomaly happening. Anomaly. So which is it gonna be? How obvious will you be? Arby's B. Give me beef sandwich, baba. Lantos! Oh my god, I love Lantos. I feel so bad. I haven't even checked out Lantos' stream. Lantos, hi, sweetie. How are you, darling? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? What were you playing today? Creature Kitchen is a fantabulous game. Lantos, how are you? I miss you, sweetie. I'm sorry I haven't been to your streams. Yes, day 3. Give you taco. No, it's okay, sweetheart. I can make my own tacos. Where's my Lantos? My whole game sound was mute during stream. No. You. It wouldn't. Oh, it's happened to all of us. Okay.
As if that place was trying to imitate that. Do any of the other places seem familiar?
No.
No.
You finished the story? There you go. Whoa! I'm the Google Maps pin guy that you drop into the random. That's why I always ask. I always ask like Lantos because I'm always so paranoid about like my sound and stuff. I'm always like, is it good? Is it loud enough? Is it not loud enough? Is there sound? Is there no sound? Like. Does not contain any anomalies. A new room has been unlocked. The number of required anomalies has been increased 20. Oh my god. Sounding already? Okay, what's changed in this house? Bro, my character is starting to forget. Like, Emily is starting to forget the pictures. Has the bathroom changed? Bathroom remains untouched. Much like myself. I feel so untouched and I can't. I want a pizza. We all need to have it. We all do. I love a hard shell taco right now. Can't get people in the house to do anything other than burritos. Really? Yushi, I'm making hard shell tonight. Uber over. I'm your Uber driver. Get in. No, I'm joking. But no, I'm making hard shell tacos tonight. I have pizza, but I'm not doing. Oh my god, what type of pizza? What type of pizza are you eating, Doge? Boxes still remain the same. They took down the bunk, and it's a guitar now. Guitar, there's more paintings. Who else is drawing in this room besides me? The easel is here. There's, well, I think it was always the easel with the... Okay, so this is a whole new room. Well, it's a change room. Schmounding. 2 pepperoni, 2 cheese, and a stuff. Oh my god. That sounds so good. Lad toast. If you have to like relax though, it might be getting late. Big hugs. Easel's in there. Okay. But it's super good seeing you. Thank you so much for the raid. Always. Are you sure this has no anomalies? Because I feel like this is a whole section of the house. There's so much rooms. Still not arrived? No. Like, that's what I'm feeling. There's like a whole other hallway. Master bed with that. It wouldn't be my first, what do you call those things? The standing cover-up thingies? It would be my first choice. A walk-in closet? Fuck. My near future has a walk-in closet, for sure. And then kitchen should be the same. Relatively. Living room changed. It was mainly that bedroom that I kept being in. Ah, thank you. Have a good sleep. Get comfy. I'm cold, guys. I want a hot dog. I mean, no, not a hot dog. I want a hot chocolate. Ba-da, 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 da, da. Oh, nurse, soft hugs. Get a not dog and a hot chocolate. Oh, I'm about to show you how this I tried. Damn it, that scared me again. I easily get too confused. It like walks with its head. Wait, actually come here. It's so fast. Look at that. Bro, I can't grab the door. Hey. Is this a hot? I was trying to get this because I don't think that's a normal painting. Or maybe it is. Apparently it's not. Apparently it is normal. My fault. What, your kid's just a bad artist? Please, Mom, can this go on the fridge? Not today. We have company.
You know when you feel the weight of trauma?
No.
Do you feel lonely, exhausted, and completely hopeless?
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't enjoy the things you once loved. Those are the common symptoms of depression. But worry not. Introducing the Lethe Inhaler.
I swear to God, this stupid inhaler. Do you have depression? Inhale this.
Take the inhaler.
Call up post the shit, right?
Inhale only once, and find out the true meaning between the life and death.
What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? It's so big. I actually don't think I can bypass it. All right, if it jumps at me. Oh God. I was looking at you. It's God, it went purple. Don't you want them to know what to do with it? I can't even jump. I can't. It's GG's, guys. It's GG's. Like, I have to die. I have to die. It's just. Mr. Boston scares and not plushies. There are scary. Those are scary to me. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Is the next time we trap that monster, we'll have to like hurry and explore like rooms that like I'm gonna get easily trapped in, or when I hear it break down, I need to readjust my size. You're looped? You're looped, buddy. What does that mean? I got looped? Yeah, well, that's my issue. Who said that the monster could break down the doors? Dude, Ghosty, this level gets bigger. It's not supposed to. Damn, that wall, the wall is so empty there. Well, same with my bedroom. I guess I should, you know what? I shouldn't complain. My bedroom's not looking any better than that. Would you guys live here? Yes or no? You've been seeing this house for a while now. Would you guys live here? That's not a bad place. Like, if there was no monsters, like, it just arguably is this is a cute house. No. What if there was no dolls? What if there was like no creepy stuff? I can guarantee you. There's no monsters at all, Alex. What if there was no monsters at all? Does that change your opinion? The house itself? Hell yeah. W. Fuck. I'm so hungry again. Boxes. Still no? Guys, wait. I'm gonna have a singular or 2 vegetable thins. These crackers are addictive. Wait, Alex, you can't say that. They're vegetable flavored crackers. They're apparently seasoned with real carrot, onion, celery, cabbage, and red bell pepper. And 0 trans fats and 0 cholesterol. A half cup, a portion of these is 150 calorie. W! Yeah! I'm not allowed them. Hi, Silent, how are you? Oh. Do these games scare you, Attic? They are kind of creepy, aren't they? Who's camping in my... They brought out the whole campground in here. Where I don't like games where I have to blink. You don't blink in this though. You don't blink in this, I promise. Outer Wilds. Bam, bam, bam. How was university today? Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Down, 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 down. I was trying to remix the song, but I just realized it was not. It was just like not it, and yeah. You're having the worst day? What's up? Yo, can we get some squishies for Attic in the chat? What's up? Was uni just shitty? Toilet, silly, you don't belong here. Yeah, Alex, it was that. University, I got told they moved the expo to next week, so I traveled total of 6 hours and spent $20. It's faulty? No. Like, it's just not the headset's not working. Luckily, you could get it like returned and stuff like that. I would quickly look up like the throne policy thing, but like another year has gone by. That's so awful. And the expo wasn't happening either. They moved it. So it was actually supposed to happen today. They just moved it. Are they high? I hope it's the telephone that comes across. Telephone? No. That means it's some bullshit that I have to deal with. Would Subnautica 2 make you feel better, Attic? How have I not seen an anomaly? Genuine question. Okay, thank you. Anomalies, Pepple. Pepple, I love you. You're so sweet. It can go multiple ways. It can come out in both ways. God damn it. I'm out of batteries. What happens when you're out of batteries? Did none spawn? None beef, left, right, cheese? Bacon bits, boneless pizza? Hope the stove. I know, but I want to capture batteries. So can I? You lose your yeah, I don't want to lose my flashlight. So I'm just rechecking all the shelves. Rechecking. Because sometimes I'm bad. Let me be the first one to admit I'm not the greatest at checking around. You're gonna burn the haunted. You would love that. You would absolutely love that. I don't know why that made me think of parenting, but then I thought about parenting, and then I thought about dad, and then I thought about Pragmata, and I can't wait to play Pragmata tomorrow. It's so good. Yes. True, this place is evil. I hope I did a graphic update. Hey Siri, what's a dad? Oh my god, you activated my Siri. I guess like you didn't and it was technically me, but why am I seeing? Oh, I'm insane. I lost it. A small bedroom object. I'm gonna be so done with this game. I forgot about our sanity, guys. I forgot about our sanity. We have to do a full 20 without losing. Okay, this is obviously an anomaly, a deformed rune, but let's explore it. Maze. This is heavily inspired by Skinamarink. I have no idea, but maybe. What is that? I just want them to give me a plus anomaly 5 bonus. Guys, it's this never-ending staircase. Oh, my leg, Batman. A subway? In the sky? Where are we going?
Happy Fursuit Friday chat Siley so hop.
What? I don't have a fursuit. Chat, should we get a fursuit? Should we save up for a fursuit? Maybe I should ask Cub Char, the fursuit artist who watches me. I kind of want kimono style too, but honestly, Cub does amazing suits. I think they live in the UK though, so shipping will be a... What? Rem, I love you! More lore drop.
Access to their medical center. Investigators told me to just leave it, but something is definitely going on in that building. Emily, I need you to remember, we've been there before. Maybe the loops can generate it. Tall building.
Oh.
Windows.
Tavish, hi sweetie. Rami. Okay.
Your test there, remember?
Yeah. No, I don't know.
I don't. I barely remember anything outside these walls.
Damn.
I'll try.
Wait, yeah, fuck this guy. Burn this dude. I can't. So now, the bladed carrot, whatever the fuck that plushie's name is, he has a lower chance to spawn this run. W. This game is actually really good. Like, as much as it's frustrating restarting, restart. Restart? Would you like to restart? It's got a lot to it. I just hate getting trapped. I think that's my annoyance at the moment of this game is like, sure, you get used to the monsters and it's fun, but half the times I'm getting caught by the monsters because I'm SOL. You're also restarted? Wait a second. Yes, mommy? Am I mom? Just one? Just two anomalies? Just two anomalies? Bathroom, nothing in the bathroom.
Today marks 2 years since Jason's first tape was found. The first major lead in this.
Jason was the first,
However, based on his.
What do you mean? That's an anomaly right there happening in front of me.
With his latest reporting dated only 2 days after his disappearance. Grief and outrage have filled the streets with protesting, demanding answers and justice for the missing children.
Yeah, and they're all taking leaf. We've all been prescribed leaf. An inhaler to deal with all of our teenage problems. There's 100%. We still have to counter a monster. And I don't know what it's gonna be, but I hate it already. At least it's not the guy who could corner me. It's probably gonna be the hide and seek guy. Or it's the telephone. W. So now that he's done with his role, we have no monsters. See? That's what I like about the telephone. He comes once and leaves. I don't have to deal with any other bullshit. The sink is running. Sounds like half the men I met. No! I didn't mean it like that. There should be 3 things there, right? Yeah, there's 3 things there. Yeah, okay. You ever just... No anomalies in range? You're actually assholing my... I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm slowly losing my mind. 5 out of 20? That's like halfway, right, guys? I need batteries. I need batteries. I need bun seeds. No bun seeds. That's less than halfway? How would you know? Unless you're a nerd. Who would ever admit they're a nerd? I need a pack of batteries before I can film you, fire truck. I'm looking for them. There's no bed? Okay, keep in mind, no bed, no fire truck. How am I supposed to catch all these anomalies if I don't have batteries? I'm a nerd? Doge, are you bullyable? I have to know. You're a nerd. Why do you work a smart person job? The chairs are a third one. Guys, I don't know what to do actually. And a gun? Why you look at the bully me? Because I'm a popular kid. I'm gonna shove you in the locker. There we go. W. Let's go back. What's a job? You can't say that. Careful throwing that word around. It's a scary word. Okay. This? No, I'm not asking. I'm on guard right now. I'm on guard. For some reason, my Siri doesn't talk to me when I like ask her questions. Like those types of questions. I could be like, wait, do you think she farts? Hey Siri, can you fart for me? Straight up said, no, I can't. But like, like the other ladies or whatever, they can. I hope so. No, my Siri didn't fart, I swear. Who got shot here? No, I can't. Hope I don't have an anus. I'm gonna shoot rectal gas at you, Wolfen. When we meet. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm gonna scare off Wolfen from meeting me. It's a joke. Oh, Attic. Send me a fart right now. Do you think there's a streamer that's ever done that? Rated people's farts? Like, you know how people do like smash or passes or like rating or setup or whatever? Do you think someone has ever done like a rates your fart? Okay, you can't just say okay. Did I hear a thump thump? I swear I heard a thump thump. Thump thump. Batteries there. Everything looks normal. So far, so good. There's nothing wrong with me. Maybe you're the odd one out. Woo! Actually, there has to be a little. There has to be a little wrong with me if I'm a streamer like this. I didn't get enough attention when I was young. I'm joking. Is there no monsters? You're a... So he's annoying because you have your flashlight and like you could win most of the time, but the one thing that bothers me the most about this, was there any anomalies in this run? I don't feel like there was any anomalies in that run, but I know it's gonna turn to red because apparently not. Where are the thank you V? So Attic, you are right. No, Midnight Goaty, I miss you. Zephyr, hi. Attic, that guy I don't like because if he catches you in like the wrong room, there's no way around him. That's what's bothered me the most about him is like I could be in like the worst like room. V, oh, we gotta set up for V. How was Styx? Did you have fun? V, what's that game? Guys, V was telling me about a game and you guys should check it out. What's it called? Also, V has a new model. Supermassive W. All the South Goblin time. What's it called? Restitched. Guys, check out this game. Restitched. It has a free wardrobe demo coming out. But it's legit the next Little Big Planet. Is that Surfree B? Anyways, I'll restitch you. Do it. Do it. It did, right, Pepple? Like, that's scarily. And you show yourself, but watch, you make these creations. I guess you could build your workshop. It's a charming platforming adventure as they restitch, unravel, can be unleash the creativity in with a robust 2.5D level editor. Play dress up. What does 2.5D mean? Is that like Little Big Planet? Was Little Big Planet 2.5D? It's a lot of D. More D than I've ever gotten in my life. 3D models, okay. I can't wait to see Kalani in this. Kalani, will you hold my hand in this game? Anyways, you can download the wardrobe demo and make your character. I'm just saying, you can download the demo and make your character. So that looks exciting. I like sandboxy games. Those like fun creative games. I wish I played more of like a classic with 3D. I wish I played more of Dreams. That was like a PS4 game or something. That was really great. Stop changing the curtains. Thank you. That was I like that game a lot, but like it was only Sony, right? I have nothing. Where am I gonna put this guy? In the office? But we have to low key check if anything's different in the office. I don't think anything is. I do miss Little Big Planet too. Okay, now we have to hurry. Nothing. He's just annoying. Like, nobody wants to deal with bro. Anything different here? Nothing. We have to do this part quick. If we hear a knock, we have to get out of this corner. Fuck. Where can I loop him? The living room? Guys, I didn't see. Oh. We're out. We're out. Oh, see, it's so annoying. Because of that certain monster, it's a ghost lamb, and now I'm restarted. 0 out of 20. 0 to 20. I lose this. I lose this 9 times out of 10. Because that monster makes me so paranoid, man. Dude, Ghosty, I've been on day 3 for like an entire hour. Yeah, good. Tell the devs to give me a weapon in this game. I don't care.
For over a year. Saying it's over 100. All
No, I don't. Actually, wait, I do have Seamless Elden Ring installed.
Every single kid was unleashed miracle inhalers. This new over-the-counter
You got a weapon? Oh, that does. So I have to ask, do you think my butt is W?
The first major side effects that were reported on last year included nausea.
Okay. No more monsters. Locked in. It's almost been 3 hours, guys. I still have to play Voices of the Void. But I've got to beat Captured 2. I've beaten Captured 1. The deeper you go, the less you remember. Well, Rainy. W for wide, shake that thing, or I don't know, or shake that thing, gotta shake that thing. The sexy ladies wanna ride with us, they wanna ride with us. Water. No hydration shall be had. Just give me easy anomalies. I should have low key played story mode. At least I wouldn't have like the stress of monsters in my ass. But I wanted to beat it on normal mode. Campholine, where the anomaly? Sorry, I can't talk when that guy spawns because he... Yeah, he's a little bit of a butt. He responds to volume.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
On there. I know, Maxwell. I've been trapping him all game. Not spoopy as he rude. He's more of an annoyance if everything, because I have to deal with him, right? Like, before I go searching. Holy. Okay, well, that's an anomaly. Hope, are you a sleep eater? How do you eat something when you're sleeping? To be fair, when I was living with Seraph, he ordered late night McDonald's and I was ready to go to bed, but I was like, hey, like, get me a junior chicken, and if I'm awake, I'm eat it. If I don't, I won't. Where? I'm so tired of this game. Anyways, I fell asleep, but I actually woke up to the smell of a junior chicken because I was craving it, right? That room is me right now because, like, I'm losing my mind over playing this game, and I just wanna. Hey. Headpad's broken? I thought I fixed it! What's broken about it? I reconnected. I'll look at it after. I'll look at it after. Just don't headpat me. I know why it's broken, but I don't know why it's not connected properly. I don't know if I have to remake the redeem, but it's I switched my passwords because, you know, it's important to keep good security. But that broke all my connection stuff. Ewan, hi. All is right in the world. Ewan's here. Ewan, do you like scary games? Or are you a fraidy cat? Remember when that was like the killer insult? Like when somebody hit you with the, are you a scaredy cat? And you'd be like, damn, does this guy have any like thought about my feelings?
It has been 5.5 months since 26 children vanished without a trace. Since then, more than 100 unexplained disappearances have been reported.
Gives you Hama, thank you.
So far comes in the form of videotapes. Jason, last seen on July 11th in his family home, mysteriously disappeared from his bedroom.
Right?
Days later, his family discovered new footage.
It was a country elementary school.
On their home camera. Police
In Swedish, which probably, oh, true, there you go. We were singing a Swedish song earlier. Mead with Lemony. We were singing Hey Monica. Hey, hey Monica, hey party Monica. Hey Monica, hey party Monica. Lemony was here. I'm usually on edges mainly because of jump scares. Oh, I would hold you and squish you and pick you up and twirl you around and keep you chafe. Risky hurting, so I could easily ignore it. I have only had people use that when it meant risking actually hurting yourself. Wait, using what? Sorry. Head pads? Mid-song? What do you mean? When that song comes on, you go hard. Oh, scaredy cat. They hit you with the scaredy cat. What are you, chicken shit? Yeah. What are you insane? Oh, Vegeta. Hanging around with little boys in spandex, I see. We love Lemony. Lemony didn't teach me that song though. You're a gapes you mead, puts you in butt prison. Think about what you, how about you stink about what you did? I'm sorry. Navu, no spookies. What are you get? Thank God. Sorry, there was batteries around here somewhere, I swear I saw. I know, I'm just focused. Maxwell, I love you, but you're talking to me as if I don't know how to handle the anomalies yet. I swore. If no spookies, then why spooky shame? But I know, I do know. This isn't the last time you've seen of me, Gaka. I almost put that entire cartoon in my Voices of the Void thing, but I realized that it might be not the most acceptable cartoon to put in. I don't know. I was just like, maybe there's other cartoons. Acceptable. I want to play Voices of the Void, but I want to beat this level first. Vegeta calls you a gay slur. No. Squeakin'. Oh, I didn't know you talked chipmunk. Or squirrel or whatever it is. Squeakin'. It's mouse. Oh. Yeah, well, now I'm at 6. I lost. Yes. I keep losing. I get closer and closer to 20, and I lose. It's a squeaky dog toy. It must be chewed. Boop, boop. Like where? Bathroom. Guys, I am not making it out of this loop. If I was in this loop IRL, oh, Jesus Christ. No, like it resets when you lose. That's the thing, it resets when you lose. Like that's the game. It's only big things you could change that change in the room, but it's if you miss something you lose, and it's just And so if I played story mode, now I'm on normal mode. If I played an easier mode, maybe I should play story mode. I feel like where it's a little bit easier. It'll only reset by half. Like I'll only go down by half. On normal mode, you have to. The bed. Yeah, you think I'm big brain? Let's do it again. Let's do it one more time. That was close. So we got 2 out of 20. Where did he appear? I even forgot where he appeared. I think it was like on my way. Fuck, you laughing at the vertical pen for? I don't know, Dracula looking at. No, that's what got me giggling, because I thought the bed wasn't there, and then it was just facing me. I've awakened. Addict, do you remember V Rising? And if so, do you miss it even a little bit or not really? 2. Good. Next. 2 out of 20. Bathroom mirror there, cabinet, toilet, scale. Never heard of it. I've got a game to show you sometime. Bicycle, chairs. Yep, that's fine. Dream did and didn't let me make a base with you. I don't even remember that. What do you mean playing you? I streamed it when it first came out because the devs reached out to me. I don't even remember. Nabu! Look at workies. La! Sorry, I made myself laugh. La. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, there's batteries here. Whoa. What kind of chair exorcism is this going on here? What are cult? It's not an exorcism, it's a whole ass cult. Is this like a, it's not quite a room, like a deformed room. It's more of like an object, I guess. Wrestling exorcism. Just hands. If you did that, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, ISO. I'm trying not to. I've been trying to reduce my stupid gulping fucking vocal stim, bro. I'm trying. Yeah, they were. I'm just being an instinct. I know. I don't know why. I huh? I love you. If Intercross, there is not. Is it not anymore? They're fun. Yeah, but apparently it bothers a few people. So or as in it's a sound thing. It can trigger someone's misophonia. I wonder if it triggers addicts. Addict! No, I just didn't want to single you out, Alex. Oh, I don't know. My sister used to do it at tons. It doesn't. I do the same thing. No. Okay, I'll stop. You guys are fucking great. That's terrifying. I'm not a goblin. Is the curse of St. Peter reflecting St. Peter's request to be crucified upside down because he felt unworthy to die? Oh. Humility in Christianity. Interesting. Oh no, the chair from the demon seance thing. It's fucking dead, guys. How do you, I don't even okay, try to plug your nose but without touching yourself at all. Like try to do it by like closing the top of your like that back of your tongue, push it upwards so it blocks. Too late, I'm not like that pose. There's a ton of black metal bands that use it apparently, right? I just sound like I'm choking. I don't even know. Wait, I don't even know how to give instructions to make that noise. And then it's like swallow. It's like if you push your tongue up to the roof of your mouth, like as if you're trying to like plug your nose without touching. Like if you're eating something bad and you're like, oh, I can't like use my hands, so I have to like. And then you saw, yeah, I can't do it. I saw. Just don't choke. What the hell is happening to this bedroom? Oops, swallows tongue. That's what, dude, I actually have a fear of that. I have a fear of falling unconscious and swallowing my tongue. 7 out of 20. Let's go. Lock in. Lock in, guys. Wall. I got noms. What are you eating? I'm jealous. I'm about to install cheats for this game, I swear. Pepperoni cheese. Oh my god, that sounds so good. What? Can I has cheeseburger? Game Genie, this bit. Yeah, exactly. I'm one step closer to the. No! Alex, you're begging to be digested so hard. Was there a clock in that other room? There was. Okay, good. What's the scary monster? Thank you. Do you guys like when he says, wait a second? That's a whole ass missing room. All right. Next. Chairs. Couch is fine. Lights fine. All right. 9 out of 20. In what? Guys, I'm about to lose my sanity IRL. Regardless of my... like, you know, what was... like, genuinely, like, what do I have to do? Where's the devs to hack into my game and make it easier for me? They might be leaking. Yeah, I probably should, honestly. Just, Jesus, shit in my ass. What is that? Splashing Nova? That's so funny. I've got a splash pool in my house. Wait, but there's so many anomalies here. We're already at 320. And do you guys know what 320 is? It actually enables us to catch this light anomaly right here. Do you see this? And make it a 420. Do you see that? Blaze it. This game is now speaking to me. This game understands my pain. It's letting me know it's there. I see. Yeah, and it's 420 was Chrono high. 420 was right. The devs are on my side, guys. The devs are on my side now. That's a cute blue. Was my bathroom floor always blue? And what was her sister? The Wicked Witch of the East, bro. Good morning, Stoner. Oh, only your favorite. How are you, Chrono? We run in and I swear I have this place memorized. The fact that a monster hasn't come out yet is making me nervous. But genuinely, if there's no monster spawned, it means the devs are watching and actively trying to help me. They've seen me crash out. They've seen me crash out. Never mind. Oh, anyone but you. Anyone. It had to be you. It's gonna be me. There. We have a quick second to check that bedroom now. This is where I got trapped last time from, bro. And it was the worst thing ever. Just give me an easy anomaly. There's no anomaly in here. Not that I'm seeing immediately. No missing objects. Lamps are fine. Fan is fine. Wait, there's wall drawings. There's wall drawings. Okay. Let's get the kitchen. I think I can still avoid him in the kitchen. Oh my god. I know you're in there. Batteries really quickly. Lamp, couch, TV is fine. Dust is fine, VOD. What? Guys, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know how to beat this game, guys. The devs are not on my side. I thought they were. What is happening here? The sink is shooting up and into the toilet. And I can even cover it.
I can't take this anymore. Rubbing all the dicks I've rubbed before.
What?
All these balls, it makes no sense.
Yes.
I found bliss in dominance. The less I fear, the less you gay. You'll find that out anyway. Come like before.
What? What poem did you write? Should Shakespeare be upset at you? Should Edgar Allan Poe be upset with you? Now, devs, if you love me, you'll despawn the monsters for the next run. Linkin Park me. Which song is that from? The bed is missing. I don't know what's worth fighting for or why I have to scream. But I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking their habit tonight. Was it that song? I painted on the walls because I'm the one that falls. It's One Step Closer. Damn it, I'd never listened to One Step Closer. Sewing machine? Was that always there? It's always there. I feel like I should just waste a scan on the laundry room because I'm so awful at remembering it. By 21 polys. I mean, not 21 polys.
Well, listen, I'm a be gone again, but I'm a be at an event and stuff. So like, be good, don't for anything bad, and no weed for now, okay Hope? If you get banned, not my problem, love the streams, keep it up and stuff, and
love you too.
You got this. Also
6-7. You got this too. I'm gonna be gone again. I hope the event is fun. You take care, sweetheart. Big hugs.
From giving this poison to their children. The first major side effects that were reported on last year.
Thank you so much for the support. It's elusive. Hi. 21 polykill. I messed up. I messed up the saying. No, it's how much uses I have to check if something's an anomaly or not. There's something in here. Wait, was there any monster in here, guys? The devs are real. Did I not say don't spawn a monster this loop? And the devs are watching if the devs are real. Guys, I said it. Is that table normal? No. No monsters spawn this round. How are you gonna get 15 more with 2 more tries? What do you mean 2 more tries? Do you think I'm gonna... Oh, well, I find battery, sweetie. MILF captured? Oh my god. W devs, they're watching me. Missing room. They were like, she's working too hard. Ah! Need batteries. I need batteries. But no batteries are here. No batteries are here. Give me. Give me. Give me your cum. No. Give me your cum. No. Guys being choked out.
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have.
There's no batteries this level.
Come.
What do you do? What do you do? When no batteries spawn this level. Oh, W. Never mind. Batteries spawn this level. Are those dead as well? Not those, silly! And it's rechargeable, you butthole. Shin Fox, hi, sweetie. I was thinking about you earlier. I hope you're doing well. W Shin. Okay, that's a lighting. We're at 7, guys. That's that. I've checked there. There shouldn't be anything there. I don't think there's any anomaly in here. Shit, I'm about to lose my mind to not a stupid, actually really good. Sorry, I thought it was active. 7 guys? 7 guys? How much is 7 guys? Is the bed supposed to be made or not made? No, I don't know. Now I'm scared. Five guys added 2 more guys. That's at least 1 more than 5, right? Okay, it's a light anomaly, first of all. And it's a whole ass like object, like the table. Oh no, our table. Oh, does it only count as 1 thing? Can there not be 2? Okay, then at this point, it's the whole room is wrong. The whole room is just absolutely wrong. And if it gets me a red, good, green. I can handle 7 guys. I'd like to see you try. And a girl, wink and finger guns. I'm joking. Oh man, I can't wait to move out and be able to turn my PC on at the end of the day without it catching fire. Are we getting to that stage soon, Alex?
Today marks 2 years since Jason's first tape was found, the first major lead in this mysterious series of
9.
However, based on his recent tape,
When I start the day, when my kids want to play.
10. Halfway, guys. Halfway. True. Halfway doing goof it. I know. Is it hot in your room?
You know when you feel the weight of
All the TVs are on?
Do you feel lonely, exhausted, and
Every single TV is on.
or maybe you don't enjoy the things you once loved?
11 out of 20, guys. Wait, there's no monsters this round, right? Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, devs. I love you. They didn't spawn any monsters in my game. That makes me happy. Chair. Was there any batteries? That is kind of booty. That is kind of booty. I'm not seeing any batteries around here. But she's in the attic. Oh, pull up in the monster automobile gangster. With a bad... No, never mind. We don't like Nicki Minaj anymore. She kind of like sold out in the bad way. 11 out of 20. 11 out of 20. Toilet paper. Everything is here. I think everything is here. In the laundry room. The deep. True, true. I can still appreciate a post. You're so funny. You're so... Yeah, easy 12, easy 12, easy 12. Books, that's fine. The tapes are fine. Anything different or missing here? I don't think so. How's this bedroom? Chairs covered. Did she have that silly pillow? Oh no! I accidentally used up my batteries. Wait, I found some GG's. Okay. Sorry, I almost cucked us. Was there books here too? You did like starships? And that's so funny. Wait, that's actually so funny because she stopped performing that song because she didn't like it anymore. It makes me giggle. Capture 2? Yeah, when my girlfriend hopes gorgeous gays met mine, I was... Do I say the line? Do I say the line? Tokyo! Wait, there's clothes missing in here. W. Highway, how are you? Where have you been? Did you have fun at Flaw? Silent, yeah, right? Right? Oh, I'm so glad. Golly, I want to be taken to dinner. Law. And then I could go, but Barrios, what are you doing here? Sin, no screaming. We have to be silent when that monster's around, okay? We have to, because he reacts to noise. He can only move when noise is happening. My sanity. What? I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. You saw me through that door. You saw me make it through that door. It was green. It was... I'm gonna lose my mind, guys. I've been playing this game for 3 fucking hours, guys. I'm gonna lose my mind. Nice one, cutely. Oh, I like that. Oh. Guys, I have to do it. I don't. I can't. It's harder than the first one. I swear this game is harder than the first one. Is it supposed to be, Ghosty? But the devs are watching, Alex. They're trying to make this game easy for me. I'd love to go out. Boreas, I hope you've been doing well, by the way. Have you been up to anything crazy cool? It's a longer game, but Queso beat this game. Therefore, I have to beat this game. Right? I believe Queso beat this game. Corky beat this game. Sahama beat this game. All my like stream inspirations have beaten this game. I think if I don't die by the 28th, I have the credits for my associates. Then I have to learn medicine. Oh my god. Wait, are you gonna be okay? Learning sounds like it sucks unless you're passionate about it. That's cool. Learning medicine though? Do W. Is that like, are you gonna be like pharmaceutical people? It's not that boring. It's got like a great story. And if you appreciate it. But you like to be fair, you like different style of games though, Alex. I don't see you playing these types of games. What do you mean? It's obviously in range. It's right there. Alex, you hate all the games I love. Sobs. Where's the clock? I can't tell the time without the clock. Just be a missing room. I just hate you. Wow, no! Alright, I'll accept a light. Vanessa, at my college application was submitted. They're waiting for my... Oh, dude. What's the goal? Like, what's your end goal, Barrios? Do you kind of know yet or not really quite yet? Like, are you trying to aim to become a nurse? Wow, that's right? Oh, practicing your throat singing on stream, true. I'm about to throat someone. No, actually, I think you could stay in this room.
It has been 5.5 months since...
It's been 5.5 months since I touched myself. Wow, no! Mongolia throat single, right? I love you, Zerafiel. You take care. Be soft with yourself. Did I hear a noise? What is out there? Did you get banned? Oh. Oh. Can a mod allow that? I don't know why Deep Throat is banned. Why does that make me think of a character movie called Deep Throat? Is there a character called Deep Throat? No, wait, really? Is that the 7 mythical guys? I'm going for a nurse practitioner if I can basically rail myself into masters. There was a part of me, I think, that wanted to be a nurse, but I don't think I could do the hours. The hours like seem scary. Unless I was like a different type of nurse. I wanted to study to give hormones to all my friends. For free! You get testosterone. You get estrogen. It's a character, not eaters? No. After I did a full-time engineer and a full-time human, it's like, oh, why did I check? Wait, I had looked at their, and I found out they also have part-time engineering courses and a full-time human biology course. Oh, you might be able to transfer into that though. Like, that's not a big deal if you miss some, because like, if you do 1 year at what you're doing right now, you could just talk to a, yeah, if you talk to the student services people, right? I don't want the free estrogen. Considering while I'm in school, I'm gonna be a ghost socially. Oh my god! Everyone's gonna miss you. And actually, we're all gonna miss you. Shin, I wish you would fart directly in my asshole. I'm so sorry. Shit, you can't reply to it like you can't just up me. Was there anything in the bedroom? Did I catch anything? Alex, what is that face? Oh yeah, the toilet, okay. Firing on my roommate's door, haha. My sanity is going down. We're through, it's okay. 9 out of 20. Hello? Hello? Bucket scale. Pills blue. Luminescent Mark felt with Diane portrays it as I felt that it felt Deep Throat? Jesus. I still don't know what moves in here. Oh. Liam Nielsen? Is Liam Neeson still alive?
Hi.
I'm Jason. Oh my god, is Jason Boy? Oh. No, I think that's electronic, because the phone is normally there, but electronics shouldn't be. That is crazy that Jason is like.
And as much as I try, I just can't memorize anything at this point. I only remember these doors. Doors, endless. Just be very careful which one you pick.
Very careful which one I pick. You must be captured too. I feel like that drawing is getting more bigger than normal. He's alive and well. Oh yeah, don't. Chrono, this game is slowly making me lose my mind. What should I... Is it a new Naked Gun? What do you do when you're stuck in a chair? Finding it hard to go up and down stairs. What do you think of the one you call God? And I think it's like, isn't his lack of presence slightly odd? Chair on the ceiling. Wait, Rose, did you see a chair on the ceiling? Maybe he's forgotten you. Did I miss that? Wait, are you serious? You have one to lose? Did I low-key miss a chair on the ceiling? In the art room? Okay, hold on. Guys, how did I walk by that? Rose, I would have lost if you didn't came into my stream and said something. Oh my god, W catch. How did I not notice that? That's like so obviously Savage. I love you. I remember you said hi. I'm sorry I was crashing out, I think, or hiding or crying. Rose MVP. Oh my god, I almost died. Savage. I wish I was a metal fan. I can't seem to get into metal music, but it seems like a W thing. Okay. You don't. You just have to like... You're getting better? Is that the devs praising me? Devs are low-key in my game now. I like a certain type of metal music. Yo, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, that's like a whole section. I guess it's like a free... Clock is still there. I guess it is a free thing, but I do have to like go through this whole section. Or maybe I don't. Do I have to go through all of this? Then when they do metal streams. Oh, okay. I do actually, if I go through this, I can reduce that annoying dudes thing to stream. Yes! Go to the maze, Rose. Take me to your maze, Alex. Show me your maze. Show me your ass. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Move around like you don't care. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Hi, Flosion. How are you? Understand the world the person saying, yeah, that's fair. I can get that. Spread them cheeks, move side to side. Okay, speed run into here. We're just going all the way to the end there. All the way.
Hugs Hope cutely Korgig and kisses Hope in front of chat hammer heart.
Fucking explodes. That's okay, I hope you're doing well. Moo-hoo-ha. Why? Why the spookies? It's a novel. Oh, nice lines. The electricity bill is gonna be so screwed. Oh, can I go down here safely? Because we love to. I love refrigerators. No, come home soon. Come home soon. Wall writing. No, everything's perfect. It was perfect. Perfect. Down to the last minute detail. It was A juice box. Why? I'm stuck in IKEA. The clerks look funny. What is that supposed to mean? Are you okay, Shanato? Shanato. Doro Omi Ormi Gato Mr. Zanato. Guys, I got my money today. Yeah, get paid. Get paid, hell yeah. I pushed my fingers into my eyes. No. Is that why you look? Is that why they look funny? Is it because you pushed your fingers in your eyes? Fam. Oh, I want to say hi to your family. If it turns red, I'm gonna lose my mind. Good. 14 rows. W rows. 14 out of 20. Bathroom writing. He helps you progress, but the deeper you go, the less you remember while writing. Duality. Oh, I like duality, I think. Bike, lamp, radio, sewing machine, chairs. This is good. 2 things there. Perfect.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
La.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Yeah, you're right. My sanity. That sucks. That fucking sucks, bro. I should have just chanced it. Oh my god, I hate that monster so much. The sanity, bro. The sanity, bro. Hi, Steven. Guys, I'm gonna lose my fine. Dude, I was at 16. What? There's a deal? Recover half of your capture, but your sanity will drain fast. Guys, the devs are in my game. The devs are in the game. They're offering me a deal, bro. Indecisive voice, hi. Wait, you're a friend. How are you? How was your stream? How was your game? Did you have fun? Hugs, 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 hugs. I was gonna grab you through this. I was trying so hard. Like, I saw the sanity. What I should have, but I was worried because I hadn't had a chance to look in the office, right? So I didn't know if there was any anomaly in there. We're making it. We're making it with the, but we have to speed. Look, we're at 9 and 20. Easy. Blue curtains. How are you? Did you have fun today? Indecisive voice. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Everything's perfect in there. Check the office. The clock is there. The desk is there. No chair up there. Perfect. Nothing moved out of the order. He's trying to help you. He helps you get deeper, but he partially wants you to go deeper because the more you go deeper, the more you forget like your actual life. For my emotional support, Twink is a crazy thing. Matto, I love you. You could totally play scary games. When are we phasmophobiaing together? The blankets are partially off? Apparently not. My bad. Game mechanics mirror IRL. Wait, what? Maybe. Yeah, Phasmo. Speedrun. Already back at 9:10. Oh no, we made a deal with the devil. Or like that guy who has us captured. We were able to complete, have our anomalies. Thank you, devs. I know it's the devs deep down. I know it's the devs really wanting me to succeed. Must be playing that tomorrow in VR. Wait, you are? Are you doing like solo runs? Or are you with people for that? I kind of miss playing Phasmo in VR low key. He didn't appear. It was more like a whisper. I'm Jason. The devs doing a P. No, I don't think they are. I'm just like, I'm being silly. It's probably actual functions in this game, but I'm like, oh, the devs are helping me. Or like, I'll be like, devs, don't spawn any monsters on the next loop, and then there will be no monsters. And I'm like, oh my god, they're watching. Any game, my master wants to see me in VRC. Have fun, take care. The first came out. That's so I hope you have a good time. That sounds so funny. I kind of want to try the Alan Wake event. I keep forgetting to like set aside time for Phasmo. I'm committed to the bid. Give me $11 IRL. I mean $1 million. Hook me up, girl. I'm down to join you. I gotta play. I never actually played Alan Wake 2. Like I played the other games by, or like Alan Wake 1 or whatever. That was kind of fun actually. I feel like there was no anomalies there. It was red. Where? Guys, I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'm beating this level. I'm gonna be so real. It reset to 0. I don't think I'm beating this level. I truly... I just it's been so. He's grumpy from waking him up twice. I don't know what I'm missing in the laundry room. I've walked in. Was it the sewing machine? You see, now I don't know what the laundry. Another time, but like, have you tried looking? I haven't tried looking in the dryer. I just need the devs to give me like an entire freebie. Like to just be like, you know what? Start me off at 19. And I only need to find one anomaly, you know? I just wish I could sprint longer and faster and stronger too, because I'm the. That makes me need a pee. First member of the DK crew. But the thing is, I've memorized everything now. What is making water? I have a leak? The water tank. I'm going on a hunger strike. Oh my god. Boo, could you even survive a hunger strike? I'm not saying that because you're chubby. But I'm slightly chubby too, and I'm like I like. And I could have lived without my food. I could go like the best I could offer them is an hour. I'll go an hour without eating. How about that? I already had a snack. You're like, shit, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Oh, you only have one meal a day? Bro, do you need some food? Are you good? How does somebody live off one meal a day? I'm gonna share my food with you. Your eating habits are stressing me out. I'm good. One meal a day. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what? Alex, no, you don't, do you? I would not survive. I'm just gonna chance it, you know? We'll lock him in there. I guess we're not at half sanity anymore, honestly. Hope captured in my belt. Oh! Is that allowed? But it's only the I have one meal. It's a big fat ass snack meal, but it's one meal, but I also eat it throughout the day. 7 hours of eating this one singular meal. I get it. You have one giant fuck ass meal. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're doing it. I shall have you in my thumb one day. I'm just reminded of the Family Guy skit where it's the guy who's trying to take the ladies or trick the lady into giving. Wait, the water cooler is gone. The kidnapper is trying to trick the mom into giving away her baby. She realized she pulls, oh no, and he goes, I close. I was close. And she's like, yeah, you were close. And he's like, I'll get him one day. And she's like, I bet you will. I bet you will. I don't know why that one always makes me laugh. Hi, Saren, how are you? Brooklyn, I'm gonna eat you. How about that? Munches, munches, crunches, just devours. Saren, how are you? Yeah, you're good. Hell yeah. Oh my god. You say anything of Vor or eating your friends and you've summoned the Saren. Classic. Vixie classic emote. How does it summon me? I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cord classic. I don't have corgis. I have a. Do I not have an emote from? I don't think I'm subbed to corgi.
It has been 5.5 months.
9.
6 children vanished.
9.
Since then, more than 100
9.
have been reported across the state.
Put me through. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, I don't know why I'm not talking. Bro, the fact that they had to bring this bit back to this bit who had a lot to say about me in the press. Why does that look exactly like Alex? You're kidding me. You're actually kidding. The devs, they do listen. Thank you, devs. We'll just have to listen to that annoying cluck, 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 cluck. Saying hi. Oh. If it gets out somehow, I'm gonna lose. Ah, it's Alex's bed IRL. How do you sleep? Standing up or shitting down? Oh no, there's a chair murder. Oh, I wasn't in range. Sorry, my fault, my fault. Oh no, there's a chair murder because they got mad at the poker game. Out of 20 TV. GG's. GG's. 12 out of 20. This is it. This is it. Water heater is still there. Sewing machine. Posters. Everything looks to be here. No writing. No behind the door shenanigans. There is a writing in here. Never trust. Why? He's helped me. What if he's the dev, the spooky man? It's spooky time or spooky month or whatever, and they do the little spooky dance. Chair is still in place. Paintings. Nothing moved. GG. So Hope. What is it, Maxwell? How can I help you, Maxwell? What is in this room? A fan? No objects moving? The clothes are still there. Guys, I'm almost out of water. I'm gonna get dehydrated soon. I don't have any. I don't think I do. Not yet, anyways. Oh, the light is on. Turn it off, please. Thank you. 14 out of 20. 14 out of 20. Water heater, bike, thingy, lamp, sewing machine, that stuff, the laundry machine, the iron, clothes. What? What is that emote? No writing underneath the table. Everything's good here. No crazy writing. We could go there. Oh, this is some of them bullshit. This some bad bullshit right here. Hello? Hello? What is that, Steven? You have an emote that is so hilarious. Somebody used it. It's you giving a cartoon scream. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yes. Squishy Drinwin. This one, yes. It's so funny. Liminal space? Kind of looks like your house, Drinwin. I love you. Guys, I've been playing this game for 4 hours? What am I doing with my life? Have you seen Show Me the Cookie? More like my V. Oh! Whoa, we made it. The leaf. Nice and spacious. All the more to live inside. But wait, I don't think so. Send it to me. Send it to me, Steven. Send it to me. W. I'll check in a little bit. Gonna lose my mind. I'm at 15 out of 20. I think there's a 4th day. That's this. Oh no. I'm gonna cry if I have to live Hope reaction. I love it. Oh shit, and I have to redo it again, Doge. How many do you think it'll be like you need to catch 50 anomalies? And I'll be like, no, I can't play this game anymore. I'm losing my own. Dude, I'm trapped in this room. I'm hungry and I'm alone and I'm scared. Whoa. More lore drop. Happy birthday.
I
Oh.
wish you could see your sister right now. much, Emily. I'm still in touch with some of the other parents, but some kids don't even recognize their own home anymore.
Wait, so some kids have escaped?
Can't help but wonder, do you still recognize my voice? Am I still Dad? Or am I just the guy who's leaving voicemails? You said you would...
You payphone who dis?
You said you would always remember what I told you the night your mother passed. And I wonder if you do.
She's gone?
Oh shit, so I had...
How could I forget that?
Saying goodbye.
Oh! Is there a little creature doll around here? Usually there's a one around the payphone area where I could like choose something. I could grab the... Maybe not. Sometimes they give you a little plushie of like the thing. And you're like, yeah, you don't get to spawn in my run. I'm at a payphone trying to call home all of my change I spent on you.
Welcome to Lethe Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, this
and
guy.
Congratulations on joining our team. At Lethe, we believe a better tomorrow begins with a healthier mind. And it all started right here in 1952.
Oh no. We have to pay attention to class.
A door leading to a plane beyond our reality. A place we now call the recursive point. While studying its environment, our research team discovered a previously unknown chemical element in the air, now called lethanine. When inhaled, lethanine interacts with the brain's neural network, blurring negative and traumatic memories.
Oh.
This discovery is the secret behind the Lethe inhaler, and what makes it the world's leading antidepressant treatment. All lethanine used in production is collected directly from the recursive point, right here in our medical center. Navigating the recursive point can be extremely dangerous. If your job requires you to do so, always remember your exit door. Thousands of doors exist within the recursive point, but only one belongs to you.
Why am I still crying, guys?
You'll experience memory loss. These memories are stored in a special room, and finding it is the only way out.
Oh, finding your room. Whoa. Whoa. So they make you forget all the yucky stuff, I think? But the drug kind of makes you forget everything. I ask it. I ask it every day. No. Wait, so is Leaf? Those inhalers, they're like, they're meant to make you like forget like stuff, but it's for solution of like depression and shit. Did we capture? Oh shit. Oh shit, he's in my asshole. He's in my asshole. Devs, you let me in. You let me in, Devs. We're back.
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help.
Dragoon, how are you?
He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
I miss you, Donia. Take care of yourself. Thank you for wishing me good night, sweetheart. Oh, that's so cute. I appreciate that. Big snuggles. Ideal pal, I love you. And I can't stop loving you, pal. And all I need to stop peeing in the sink. 16 out of 20. Dragoon, how's it going? What it be? What it do? Throw me in. Astral! As the bad shocks, you charmer, you. How's it going, Astral? Bucket thingy. Okay, perfect. Nothing there. Water pump is still there. That's still there. Radio is still there. Sewing machine. Clothing. Everything is normal in this. I'm gonna miss a bit, but glad it's halfway done. My God, girlo. How long do your days end up being? You deserve some resties too. Sorry, I'm doing some dishes. Ugh. Dragoon, what if you didn't do the dishes? What would happen? I'm joking. I'm proud of you for doing the dishes. MS I take care of too. Is this like your job? Like, do you take care of people? Everything's too perfect. That's not my main job. Oh, okay. Oven's on. Dragoon gets the spoon. Definitely don't want those in the house. True. What are you playing? What's that game you've been playing? I think you played it yesterday. What were you streaming yesterday or the day before? I was gonna ask how is it and if you're having fun with it. 17 out of 20. Lock the F in. Bathroom. Cabinet's still there. It's... Pratfall. What's Pratfall like? $18, $19, the business deal. $20, the clock light. Say psych. Say a psych. Doge, did we do it? Doge. Oh my God, I spent over an hour on this level. I've been done it. Do you have a favorite item of clothing? Ooh. Okay, here, Matto, clarification. Are you asking me a specific clothing that I own? Or in general, what type of clothing do I like to wear? I guess is a personal item that you own. Okay. You know what? I do, and you know what's sad, Matto? It's getting slightly old, but I have this hoodie from Aeropostale. And it's like a tie-dye hoodie. I don't know why. I'm kind of a hoodie girl. That's why that makes it feel small and cozy. See, that's nice. See, whoa, all those doors. Do I have to pick a door? This hoodie here, I called it my good luck hoodie because every time I've had an important... Oh, that's the Emily door. Every time I've had an important like event in my life, I always wore it. The very first Christmas, I took off my shirt and wore it. Whoa. Are these all where my memories are hiding?
Mom.
Right, Pose? It was the first fit I wore before like my surgery. It was like I when I was ever nervous to go to something, I would wear it. You are. Whoa. Wait, I was there for the car accident? Why? How did you try to help? Oh, that's the drug. I took Leaf to forget the pain, and that's her.
Yes. But she's so much more.
Oh.
I know. Saying goodbye is hard. And love is what makes it so hard.
True.
But the ones we love, they never really leave. As long
Wait,
as
W game maybe?
they're still with us.
I know.
Emily?
Damn, that actually made me tear up. That's one specific words. I can't remember what it was called. What the? Are you sure, Rawlings? Wait. Wait, I'm incredibly here for my girlfriend, my family, friends, and everyone who supported me through the development of Capture 2. To everyone who played, left a review, or shared the game, thank you. Last year, I lost my aunt to Alzheimer's. And I want to tell her this story. And I wanted to tell this story in her memory. Forgetting loved ones has become one of my biggest fears. So take that, Delta, to remind. Oh, I'm gonna cry, guys. Oh my god. WDev. That fucking hits hard because my family's susceptible to Alzheimer's, so I'm like, oh fuck. You know, like, oh fuck. Wipe the tears. Damn, that was deep. I'm so glad I continued through this and I didn't crash out. Oh, let's be fair. Let's be real. I did crash out. You can capture anomalies infinitely. Every few completed loops, you're offered random deals and abilities. Wait, this mode goes crazy. Each deal comes with the benefit and a drawback. Your max sanity increases with each loop. After surviving it, you unlock special deals with multipliers. That's worth it, right? Oh, Ghosty, where are you? Is he here? Is my dumbass best friend here? What, B? Did you know this game was gonna make me cry? It's so horrible. It really is. It genuinely is. Like watching, I think that's like the fucking hardest thing ever. I don't want to bring sad vibes, but just kind of like watching someone try to remember who you are is like, no, what do you mean? Are you sure? Did you see the ending? Did you see all the videotapes flashing back? This whole, like... What the fuck? Is there more rooms in this house? It was touching? Do you think there's actually a disappearance? I guess there's something like terrorizing going on, but at first I was wondering if the kids are actually disappearing, or if it's in their head and not they're taking so much of Leith that they're forgetting. That's so cool. You can accept deals now. Actually, it will fully charge your battery, but one confirmed anomaly will be removed from your Oh. This is dope. Anyways, I'm gonna quit. What a dope game, dude. Guys, is this a W or L game? What do you guys think? W or L? W? Hell yeah. W, indie devs too. Was this around the minds of the kids since the first game ends with you going through the voice saying welcome back? True. Did you? I hope Corgi had a good time. I hope it like hit him as hard as it did. Damn. Well, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes technically. Wait, what the fuck? What did I get an email for? Oh, no, thank you. Nice, thank you though. Okay, I need a pee. I think I need a pee. I think I need to get some water. I think we'll play It's Weed. Matto, you tempt me. I have my bong right beside me, but out of respect, because I have like roommates and stuff like that, or roommate, I don't want to smoke inside, so I'd have to like go downstairs and go outside and blah blah blah. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. What do you mean, my weed? Do you want some? Me dealing weed to people on stream. I love some care package for Matto. Is it? Yeah, that's true. Puff of the house because I can usually. If I own my own house, I totally will. I totally would. I'd obviously like buy like incense so I don't like destroy my place with that. But I mean I could go for a quick smunk break and play some Voices of the Void. I'll go pee. I'd have to leave Alex in charge. One weed, please. I'd share. If you ever see, genuinely, I'm being so real when I say this. If you ever see me at a con, I usually have weed and or CBD with me. So. Welcome. Oh. Honestly, there's some days Shadow Fox where waking up and baking is the best thing. Like you wake up, you have a coffee and you smoke weed and you just sit and just enjoy. Wait, when should I'm going to Alberta one. But it's bring your own? What do you is it? I'll share mine. Rove. Oh, my bad. But I want to play some Voices of the Void. Nobody. Everyone brings it to a dash pause. I wish I was smarter back in the day, because I had my I typed in cock. I typed in cock in the game search thing. Why am I thinking about cock? Oh, because weed cookout, and I typed in cock instead. That's why. I was trying to find Voices of the Void, and I'm like, what? It's Friday night. It is, because Ghosty's here. No, it's back in school. I should have done this, but I have a hospitality degree, right? But I should have made we had to like write business plans at one point, and I really should have did a business plan for like a bed and breakfast, but it's like a baked and breakfast or whatever, or just like a cafe that you go to like get drinks and stuff like that, and like if you order drinks or food, you get a complimentary drink on your table. So you get around the whole, you're not actually selling weed to somebody, it's just there. Sorry to freely one gunga, my face I'm trying to feel it. I can't stop thinking of Tyrak, what are you doing here? That's smart, or something. Dude, Matto, I would light up with you. I'd light up with you. You just, I'll bring, no, I was about to say, I'll bring some when I visit the UK, but I would totally get like stopped at the plane. I'd have to bring them in like candy form. And I'll go from there. Okay, where's my Voices of the Void? That's what it is. Very hard. Yeah, don't do that. My parents have done it like a while ago before, because they use it to like relax on the flight, but they travel to like places, and one of the dogs like sniffed at the, okay, you'll come to me, okay, that's fine. One of the dogs sniffed at the bag, like the drug dogs or whatever. And they're like, what do you got in your purse? And it's like, I don't know, like money, candy. Your dog must have a sweet tooth, I guess. And the girl looked so confused why her dog was sniffing the purse. And then they left, and then it was perfect. Zap, how's it going? Okay, wait, I got distracted. Voice of the Void. But I need to pee something fierce, and I said I would hit it for somebody, right? I think I told you guys I would hit the bong. Hit the bong, feel good, feeling shitty in my bed. Didn't take my fucking meds, hyper pop up in my ears. Vatu. Don't wanna be someone else, I just don't wanna hate myself. Okay, it should be loading. Go piss, Shadow. I promise I will. I promise I will. I just wanted to get the game set up. It's loading. Yeah, I'm happy to see you, Zuppies. Yes. I'm so happy they're a tank. I'm curious. I've moved from Doctor Strange main tanking as Doctor Strange to Emma Frost to now Rogue. I was getting really good at Rogue, but now they're like, hey, do you like playing as a dinosaur and biting things? And I'm like, Yeah? So now my main tank is gonna change again. Devil Dino's adorable. And Jeff has a costume where he's dressed up as a Doctor Strangelove, yes. Dr. Bees! Yeah, you're too big, right? There's some place where you're too big. Okay. Dr. Bees! Guys, I'm gonna turn on the TV for you guys. Hold on. And then I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna smoke some weed, okay? Does that sound like a good plan? Sequence, shuffle. The first one. What is interrupting? That's so annoying.
But it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with Bastion in total, and I specialize in sticking it straight up the fucking culo. Bastion is a
Alright, be right back, guys.
Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice and wide.
Oh, I need to load my bong. Wait, no, I'm still here, guys. I need to load my bong. It looks a little empty.
Right up the butt cut, so they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot.
It's icy hot.
That's a way of life for me. I never change my character. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
What's this? An overabundance of bees in the workplace? My briefcase full of bees ought to help. The situation has been made worse by the addition of yet more bees.
All I know how to do is go in there, get a lot of poo-poo on my Peter, and a lot of
shit on my dick.
Sticking it straight up their ass. Now let's
No, but it's bees in the workplace. My briefcase full of bees ought to help, right? Ah, see the situation worse. Who sent me this? Was this Ghosty? I think Ghosty sent me this video. I can't remember though. Hey, hey. Boomer shooter virus, true. Okay, be right back, guys. Who's in charge? Alex, do you mind being in charge? Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little blazed. I want to order dinner tonight. We have to find the Easter eggs. Alex, tell us what to do. Top for once in your life.
Time to worry, then worry. Oh, yeah, this isn't happening. I just love Latina, Shadow. You want to see me run to that mountain and back? You want to see me do it again? It's a me, Mario. We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty. Every day is leg day if you're running from your problems. Master! I haven't seen blasts like this since taco night at James Earl Jones' house. Oh, indeed. This is occurring. Get back! I'm about to morb! There's one thing a hedgehog always keeps. His pride. Yeah, I'm single. Single-handedly ruining my life! Woohoo! I'm undiagnosed, but pretty sure. Oh yeah. The name's Sonk. Sonk the honk! I'm afraid of heights! Fuck AI. Persona! Disturbing the peace! Look into my eyes! Now tell me the things you're blabbing about me. I'm not bad. Tenacity! I hold is hard to break down. Whoa!
Semen pipe, Mario pipe, rubber pipe, Lego pipe, bedrock pipe, glass pipe,
Metal pipe.
jello pipe, ceramic pipe, oil pipe, bamboo pipe,
Carboar pipe.
Reverse pipe, wooden pipe, nuclear peepee.
Will the suspect please take the stand? Mr. Goofy, is it? Mr. Goofy, you are here today being charged with mass homicide. And your lawyer is here, present, am I correct?
Yes, I'm his lawyer, Joe Rosenberg. I'll be representing him.
Now, from what I see here, there is strong evidence supporting the mass shooting. It looks
Alright,
like
I'm back.
caught in broad daylight on
Hello?
TV, holding an AR.
Raiders, hi!
Admitting that the man
I
in
love
this
you!
footage is correct? So you
Hi!
this very same footage right here from the very same CCTV.
Oh, fuck. I'm thirsty. It is Voice of the Void. Wait, I forgot water. Who raided Sinbad?
Is that a yes?
Hi, Sinbad. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I'm just grabbing water really quickly. But I'm so thirsty, guys.
Mr. Goofy, this is not a laughing matter.
Thank you so much. Welcome on in. I love you all very much. Mwah.
Your Honor, my client would like to plead insanity.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Goofy, you're saying that you were conscious. You were conscious and aware of your actions. Is that correct?
Goofy, what the fuck are you doing? Gosh, I did it.
And Mr. Rosenberg, looks like your client has decided to come.
Alright, see? I told you.
Your Honor, I'd like to call for a recess.
Oh.
Fine. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
I might want to order. I should say. I have dinner. Why is it foggy outside? We all know you fucking did it. I'm a murderer. Nope.
But I did.
Okay, our weed plant is going. Yeah, I just went for a quick smonk break. Martha!
The demons told me to.
Shut the fuck up! Did you guys enjoy the TV? I hope you got good episodes. I don't know what we're doing today. I think we are. I always enjoy you, sweetheart. You. It's gonna be you. You're a thought. I don't want to. I was gonna I didn't want to say the F word. I'm adopting a new life of no swearing, guys.
Look how it cleans this greasy hob.
Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, fuck that shit. Do you? I don't know.
Rusty taps.
Rusty tap, bang.
You can even use it on the washing.
That's if I used it against you. I'm joking. Oh fuck, why did I smoke for this game?
Pancakes with mine.
Fucking pain.
If bread and French is pain, then I own a fucking bakery.
With slap chop. You're gonna be in a great mood all day because you're gonna be slapping your troubles away with the slap chop. Now look, here's a potato. One slap, you got big chunks for stews. Two slaps, home fries in a second. And look at this. When you add a mushroom, the more you do it, the finer it gets. You have to switch any brains. You love salad, you hate making it. Take the stringy celery, take the carrots, salad. I love pizza too, but one
Maybe on my birthday? Jinwin, help me. My character's hungry. I'm starting to see food.
Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch.
You're gonna love my nuts.
It's so easy. One finger. Kids can do it.
One finger.
Toppings at the ice cream stores. What about beautiful on your ice cream. They're so easy to clean. 1, 2, and pops open to clean. Now these other ones, bacteria gets in the food.
Is the food with us right now? No. Roxy! Oh my god, Roxy. Oh fuck, I can't say your name. I love you, Roxy. I hope you're doing well. Guys, nobody tell my boss that I'm high as shit right now. Okay. Okay, yeah, I've got something for you to eat. If it's not McDonald's fries, Drinwin, I'm not interested. I'm supposed to call you Hefe? Hefe. Hefe, yes, Hefe. Cubchar, we were just talking about you like a little bit early. So I swear. Did I not start this? Oh my god. Zoe! Zoe, I started though. It may not look much, but I found this alien gun that shoots out water.
Blows up pancakes with
And look at that. Aren't you so proud? Look, the walls are winning. And it's rechargeable too, like it recharges on itself. Cub, how are you? It's lovely to see you. I want to see your streams one day. And even the windows too. I think. Oh my god, I'm so bored of cleaning the windows already. The walls are did I? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Roxy. Did I? Did I? Oh, did I? Be prepared, be prepared. Mom, my legs hurt. Why did you walk IKEA too much, honey? I see you hide in my toilet bowl. Do you piss like a power washer? Burrito the noodle tray. Oh my god, I would eat you respectfully. Yeah. But like not in that way, if you catch my drift. Did this reach 100 so quick? It finished. I need to find that upgrade that allows you to that allows it to get level 3 quicker. What you mean? What you don't mean nom? I do. I'm just hungry, and your name has burrito in it. And I'm just saying, I would demolish a burrito if I had one right now. I want to go home. This isn't right. Why? Devmon! Oh my god, I love Devmon! With some Roxy refresh. Shut up, Roxy, you're so funny. I just read that. Dev, I'm not following you. Guys, check out Dev. I sometimes play Blood on the Clock Tower with him, and we always save the game. We always win when we're on the same team. Not over an exaggeration, by the way. Duck Side of the Moon, what's that, dude? Use an auto? That's pretty W, actually. That are okay with it, true. Roxy refried beans is so funny. We should do an Easter egg hunt. F doing my job. Myself that I be strong, shining when I'm alone. But I need Attic or Ash.
They just be like,
I'm everything you'll ever need.
you don't look like a 12-piece chicken nugget with fries and a medium Sprite to me, dumb bitch.
Oh, you're so mean. Mega! Mega, I love you. Oh, fuck. I messed up something. Mega, friends of Mega. Okay, wait, guys. Check out Devmon. He's sick. He's awesome. Yeah, I'm looking for eggs, Devies. Did you have a fun stream? Was the short chill duck flamming? Oh, that's cool. A duck platforming. That sounds nice. Hi, Mega. How was your Tomodachi life? And friends from Mega's way? Actually, I love you according to... That's so funny. What happened? Did we just talk once? And then when your character was like, I think Hope and I get along pretty well. Genuine thank you for the lurkies. Pop Phoenix 8, what's shaking? What's shaking? Does it work? That does work.
Hello, it's the Rubiness. It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with Bastion.
I visited a place and all of a sudden, damn, it was meant to be.
Bastion is a way of life for me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks.
Gumbus has heard a rumor that you don't love yourself. That's okay. Sometimes it can be hard.
What is this Gumbus?
Love you enough for both of us.
Aww.
Very cool.
Goobies, what is that emote? Is that a heart?
I follow absolutely no type of team composition. If you want to give orders, give them to each other.
I don't know Gumbus. Oh wait.
All I know how to do is go in there, get a lot of poo-poo on my Peter.
Goob, I have to. I love it. I love it. Goob, I have to do the Easter egg hunt. Friends, you should check out Mega. He's really nice and sweet.
My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours.
How did it land on the same video?
Sticking it straight up the fucking culo. Bastion is a way of life for me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice.
I love it so much.
Colon, prostate, and the coccyx.
And the coccyx, and I knuckle fuck them all.
To feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot. Bastion is a way of life for me. I never change my character. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
During the match, you want me to change. I gladly suggest you go.
Well, Hope, I have to figure out how to find Easter eggs. Can you help me with the hints?
To each other, don't you dare bring that shit to me. All I know how to do is go in there, get a lot of poo-poo on my Peter,
And a lot of shit on my dick.
sticking it straight up their ass. Now let's go, team.
No shit. Okay, I'll go back to no more F words. Oh my god, it's literally the same clip. You're supposed to be on shuffle.
Even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf.
What?
I have 290 hours with Bastion.
So I can't help. Fuck! I can't stop the main Thank you. He has 290 hours on Bastion. Oh shit. Keep it fun, PG. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Yours was? Mine was working though. Mine is working. What have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun. Hey, 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 Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pig signal too weak? What do you mean? Hey, hey. Ping failed? What do you mean? Oh, I haven't moved it from its spot. I'm so high. Wait, it worked. I didn't need to move it. I did it. It believed in me. The game believed in me. Da 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 da. Where's the Easter? Wait. Wait, where's the form? Where's my Easter egg form? We're so cooked, guys. I swear it was in my inventory. I swear. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the... Maybe you have red in there? Where? What is that emote? Shadow Fox, what is the emote? Gotta run a... You have to run an... Wait, we can bevy errand? Oh, bevy. Okay, good luck. Take care. I was like, can I come? But I thought you were bartending or something. I'm like, bye. I miss you so much. Have a good day. I hope I see you around. How are we gonna celebrate? Realize it's the same thing. I'll pour one. Yes, do it, boo. I do not want to sleep. I sense something. Who the... Do not look into the locker. What locker? Guys, follow Roxy. Oh, fuck. It crashed my game. Unduck, not wait. Quest is duck. Quest is a. Oh, because they were playing. Looking into the locker crashes your game. Lupus Quest, hi. How are you? Hi, Dark Nito. Hi, Cookie Rainbow Cat. Hi, Funaqua. Hi, everybody. Did you have good games today? Who won? Who won? The locker Loki holds a crash. Check out my two friends. They're so sweet to me. Send it to me. I'm a duck, I'm a duck, I'm a duck, I'm a duck. Oh my god, Quest. Why does that look exactly like you IRL? Oh fuck, guys, it's not booting up properly. Oh, it did. Look, Discord. I got you. I got you. Oh! Holy shit, it's so cute. Good job. Dude, Shadow, I didn't realize looking in the locker would crash your game. Is that supposed to be funny? Oh my god, I'm so far behind. It's going well. We toked up a little bit. And so now we're playing this game for a little bit, for like an hour or so. I played Captured 2. Have you tried Captured 2 yet? Oh, my character needs to go to sleep. It's so good. That game, as frustrating as it was, I could not finish the last night on normal mode. I eventually did, but as frustrating as I was missing something because I'm forgetful or I got caught on some bullshit, I cried at the end. That ending was so good. What is wrong with my robot? Oh fuck, we can't see him. Oh, that's in game. I thought that was my vision IRL. Oh fucking white salt life on what the fuck is in my bed? A raw unusual shrimp? Should I cook it? Why did I wake up to shrimp, bro? Wait, like genuine. Oh shit, this scared the shit out of me. Like yeah. Oh, does this look like something else to you, Alex? From Kibby Friends. What is happening? There's 3 of you? Microwave shrimp. Oh, what are you doing with the shrimp when you were sleeping? Fuck, that emote's so good. Looks like something off the website and over the... Empty slot? Yeah, I sure hope it is. Okay, we're ready to work now. But you know what's sad though is we're missing... So we're missing the paper. The paper to do the Easter egg hunt. Which is really silly. Because it was always in my inventory, guys. I promise you. But it's not showing up in my hand or anything. So I'm like... I don't think I moved it somewhere. Do y'all think I put it down? I was literally actively Easter hunting. So you have to think what it could be. Oh my god. I'm gonna get confused though. Oh, fuck. All right. It's not on this, is it? It couldn't be this. No, it's not that. Maybe I lost it. And you know, I guess that's okay, because if everybody's reporting that their Easter egg hunt is borked, Maybe it's whatever, you know. Maybe it's not that packed out of an event to be. Oh, the bunny would give me a loot. It depends when you start it. I started it like immediately. Damn, bitch, I'm trying, bitch. Hydrate, I got you. Oh, I'm so thirsty. Guys, should I order tonight? What should I order tonight? You live like this? What would that be? Wait, day save so the what are you saying? Imagination, what is that emote? Lupus, what is that emote? Members days, explore offers. I'm a member. I'm a diamond member. You can order flights on Uber Eats? Harvey's has a buy one, get one? Of what? Of an original burger? What is that? Ideal pal, Devon, what is that about? Financials order only if it won't put me in. I do gotta buy my flight ticket though. That's what's like making me like fucked up a little bit. Pose is like I have to grab a ticket to go to a buy one get one. Yeah, Cleanse, it's okay. I'm on my phone technically. So I can't track me because I'm looking at other apps. A quarter chicken dinner might go hard. Manchu, I'm looking at deals, guys, because like you can order popcorn from theaters. I literally could go on Uber Eats. 2 for 1. I can literally just order fucking. Weren't you gonna cook burritos? I have leftover taco stuff. Was what I was gonna do. You're right. Maybe I should do. No, dude, trust. It's. Oh wait, maybe. Hold on. It's a buy one get one. 2 for 1. It's $10. It's $10 for a medium sized popcorn bag. Carl's Jr.'s? I always wanted to try to buy Carl's Jr.'s. Waffle fries? Guys, rate Carl's Jr.'s. I think my Automod does hate Jesus. Is Carl Jr.'s W or L, guys? Alright, let's play the game. I'm just hungry. We have one in Canada, yeah. But near me, not beside me, but. Oh, is it bad for you, Yushi? What's better for you, Harvey's or Carl's Jr.? My stoned ass just really wants French fries. Probably Harvey's. But it tastes good. Does it stop? I'm so tempted. I should behave myself. But I would fuck a French fry on the down low. I've never had Popeyes or. I'd probably get it to try it. Wait, I kind of want to try it. Oh, behave. Wait, what if I just try? Wait, yeah, Silent. Maybe I should just try it out of curiosity. And tonight's the night, you know? Alex, not like that. Not like. I mean, size doesn't matter. I don't care about size. Listen, if you could rub my feet, it's a W. So there is a stop. Means I don't get to choke, pal. I'm sorry, that's so... What the fuck? No, stop. Why is it fucking attached? Stop! What the fuck? Am I high? I can't... What the... I wouldn't let go of my battery. No, I know, but I want it off. I need it to get off.
It's not about the size of the boat. It's about the motion of the ocean.
Why do you gotta talk?
Very cool.
Very cool. Oh shit, I couldn't get it undone. Now I'm tempted. Where's Ghosty? Ghosty, are you there? Oh fuck, he's not there. Should I try Carl's Jr.'s? Or should I behave myself and use the tacos I left up? I leftovered. Why are you standing so close to me? This would be for dinner. Like, I wouldn't eat really anything else after because I'm calorie counting. What are you pointing at, Alex? Oh, hey. Guys. That is true. It does save money, but I've never tried. The reason why I would order... The reason why I would order is to try it. But that was so quick. Wait, did you like get up and leave like physically somewhere? I got 4 tacos. I got more tacos, but I would only eat 4 tacos per 3 to 4 tacos because, you know, portion controlling and all that. Somebody's gonna be like, portion control on 4 tacos? That's like a whole ass buffet. Ah, oh, shit. We gotta go to Transformer 1. SV dot... Or should I have 3 tacos for portion control? PR_1. Portion controlling? Not 6 or 7. Yeah, like you start down the street. Yeah. What do you drink? What's your poison, boo? How do you have so much? Because I'm the only one who eats tacos. Or like, I make them for myself. I'll eat 8. Oh, get that out of the way. I have more tacos. Like, I could probably... Man, but I want to try Carl's Jr. I want to try Carl's Jr. I might even have leftover for tomorrow, Ghosty. Because again, portion control. I have tacos for tonight and tomorrow, I believe. Do it though. I don't know. I have leftovers. They're leftovers from Wednesday. Is the beef still good? Yeah, the beef should still be good in the fridge, right? I might not taste the freshest. When was it cut? Wednesday, and today's Friday. The voices in your head. I'm about to listen to you in a second. It's fine. D-Day limit? Oh my god, I have a 2-week limit, Ghosty. I have a... Okay, then I should fucking eat the tacos. I should behave myself. Okay, you guys said the Easter Bunny. Might give me his paper slot back. Mead, I was thinking about ordering Carl's Jr. tonight, Mead. I don't know if you have that, but we don't have it here. New friend, thank you so much for the follow. Red Squellier, hello. Beauty spotted? Oh, hi, sweetheart, how are you? That's the thing. Okay, Ghosty, I'll make tacos. I'll just stay high and chill. What the? It just jumped on me. How are you, Red Squirrelier? It's good to see you. 18. Oh, my super accounts is acting up. Am I high? This is a timed event now? Dude, is Mr. Dr. Nose okay? Did his girlfriend break up with him or something? Because like, that's messed up. Move! I can't do the damn puzzle. They call it Lars Jr. Carl Sr. is bigger. I've got something. Stop! I'm hungry! Not you guys, I mean, no, it's all a fucking lie! What's happening to me, friends? We did it! You're making me hungry. Go make tacos. I'm sorry. I can't go make tacos because what the fuck is a gas welder? I use this on something? I returned getting breakfast. W. Okay. I gotta sit down on my car. Where are we going? What's happening to me? Am I okay? See if it burn. I should, but I gotta find the well. I know I'm hungry, but I gotta find the well. I can't drive. Meat, that's actually really cute. Let me just the well. Oh, walla. Oh, Bless me, please. Josie, oh my god, I've had that happen before. Where you start like, your hands start like freaking shaking because you're hungry. Oh, thank you. Bless you. Oh, thank you. I just killed a mannequin. What? Why are you laughing? Bless you. Yeah. I don't ego up, please. Oh shit, where's my shit? Where's my car? Fuck, where's my car? You do? What the fuck? Oh shit, I'm too high. I'm too high for this game. Oh fuck. Oh shit, where do I go? Guys, how cooked am I? Where's my car? I thought I thought my undertone was. Oh shit. Bro, I'm gonna fucking pass out. I'm trying to get home, I promise. I'm trying to get food. Bro, I can't. What happens if I reach 0 food? Oh, shit. Shit, where's my car, dude? My car! You certainly died. No, is that true? Well, I lost a tire too. Did you see that? Oh shit. Its durability is 0. Everything that could be possibly happening that's going wrong is happening. I need Mr. Dr. Nose, the developer, to save me. Oh, it can't be the fucking yellow light. Chat, we might be cooked. If I fall in front of it, it's absolutely over for me. Please go faster. I know you're on 1 tire. You are making this life harder for both of us. Stupid ass ETV. I can't even eat the grass. What's wrong with this thing? I know it's missing a tire, but last I checked, it shouldn't. You think it wouldn't? Things a cow would say? Oh my god. At least now we get to find out what happens. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to wait. Oh my god. I'm trying video game. Please let me know I'm trying. Please, I promise I'm trying video game. It's at 0. Oh. Oh. Oh, that smells so nice. Stop. Where did it go? Oh. Oh. Oh, where's my grasses? Where's my grasses? I can't get out of the water. This is how I die. I can't get out. I can't get out. I have severe head trauma. Guys, this game sucks. But what this emote is, wait, can we have, is there another name for that? Alex, can you change the name of that emote? Asking for grass. Glorp slam, am I right, fellas? The what emote? Because you've added 2 of it, right? I think you've added 2 of it. The realize.
Lizard.
Oh my god, no way. My save point. Wait, is my save point here? I'm cooked. That one. Alu, hi, Lovey. Oh no. Mead, what is that emote? It's you? You can't say that's me. I'm not a cow. Animated hope emote is crazy. Oh no, don't, if I die, I'll turn off the food. The hunger mechanic. Dude, You just because I lost one tire shouldn't be. I took off the. Come back here. Come back here, please. I feel like I'm in the skit of the Three Stooges. Guys, I'm gonna lose my mind. The car doesn't know how to drive. The car has no idea how to drive. Sandbox unlocked? What? It said I got an achievement called Sandbox unlocked. Dude, Dev is actually helping me now. It's broken. What does Sandbox unlocked mean? It did. Wait. Did I play a sandbox game? What is that? What do you mean? Oh. How did I do that? Did the dev just give me permission? Oh, we're almost there. We'll have to get another grapple hook, but you know. Why does the grapple hook disappear? Does it have durability? Durability. Does it have durability, friends? So I'm wondering. Ties of cringe? What is that emote, Alex? What has been? Well, you could still like use an emote. Just change it to like realize or like what with 2 A's. What is that spooky sound? Do you guys hear that funny sound? Or am I the only one? Normal ambience, eh? Oh, I'm almost there. My base is oh no, my base is here. It's just the lights are off. Why are the lights off? Oh, now it's on. Yeah, because you saw me coming home. You were like, oh, maybe we should turn on the lights. Yeah, that's what I thought. I turned them off because the spookies. Oh, okay, fair. Please let me eat. Wait, is the shrimp done? How did it spawn? A soap just spawned in. Guys, there's someone. Wait, what? It's gone? Bro, I promise you. Bro, I promise you. The game has gotten weird. Because you were throwing a surprise party. Oh. There you go, there you go. Wait. I feel like the power went out while I was gone. Oh, no, because Did you're super low. You hallucinate edible. And soap is edible?
Hello, it's the Rubiness. It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with Bastion in total, and I specialize in sticking it straight up the fucking culo. Bastion is a way of life for me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice and wide.
It's technically. It's apple flavored? How do you know? How do you know what's good for me? The moment I get fuel.
To change characters, I gladly suggest you go fuck yourself. I follow absolutely no type of.
I need fuel. I promise that it's on the menu. Don't bring that shit to me. And a lot of shit on my dick.
Straight up their ass. Now let's go, team.
Oh, fuck! This isn't happening. I take super hot showers to keep this burning in hell. If you have time to worry, then worry. Oh, yeah! This isn't happening.
What does denising mean? Does it normally say denising? Oh, Dean.
Every day is leg day if you're running from your problem.
Oh, shit.
I haven't seen blasts like this since Taco Night at James Earl Jones' house. Oh, indeed. This is a curve. Get back. I'm about to morph. There's one thing a hedgehog...
Nobody knew it said denoising. Nutizing. New bottom surgery, just leggy stuff. All of my weed cuts died except for one. We have to save the weed colony. What is happening in the background? Can you clone the weed? Disturb it. Oh, we could. No, the yellow thing is outside. Hell, no, you can help me, please. I'm not a lost cause.
Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
Reverse pipe, wooden pipe, nuclear peepee.
No, I don't need a crash out. I have to catch a signal. I need money. I need money. And we have an Easter egg to go to on the same time.
Blows up pancakes with mine. My fucking pain.
Just squish. Oh, don't squish me. Unless it snaps my back. I got this. Lock in, everybody.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. You and I. Trinkies! I love Trinkies! How's the trinket? I love you! Why is it so damn dark down here? Is there not a light? Oh my god, there's 5 meat left. I don't know what that means. There's a meat cat. We all love you? Who's we? Who's we? Okay. Egg 1. A cosmic egg hidden away atop the tower that maps the Star of William. Where do you guys think that is? I feel like that's gonna be way too hard to find. We're in the walls? Oh god. I don't know who William is. Do you know where it is? This is a statue of William. Where is it? Sinbad, thank you so much for the raid, my honey bunches. How is? They're not killing you. They're nice. They're just more annoying. I need fuel. Yeah, I haven't. I'm too high to fix it right now. I'm gonna forget it, so you'll have to remember me. Okay, I only know where William Afton is. Where do you think is the William statue? Buy whiskey? Okay, W Freckle. Why is it dark in here? It's dark everywhere I go. Did something... Hey! Where's the pink robot, bitch? You! I wish you would stop bumping into me. That's the worst function in this game. Isn't that crazy? Okay, you said sv.target... Whiskey? Whiskey. Behind me. Okay, we're on an adventure. I bump into Hope. What is that supposed to mean? Where did I come from? Oh, shit. I think I came from... Oh, shit. Hello? Girly, ugh. No, its durability is 0. I'm saving it so I can repair it. Ah. See? Durability 0. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I gotta repair this. Nah, you're okay, silly. Disturbing the peace. Looking to my eyes. Oh no. I don't have anything. I don't have anything where I could possibly make attire. I don't think I do. I have to order it. Guys, I'm so hungry. Good timing, man. Oh, my ass hurts from sitting. Three rubber scrap and 2 metal. Yeah. I want Leon to cook for me. Is that, what is that? It looks like a piece of poop. This thing? No, apparently I can't use that yet. Apparently I can't use that yet. I'm getting ow. Apparently I'm getting close to it. Oh yeah. Bonk. Bonk. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day, robot. Keep it real as always. Or die trying. 74, 94, 88. It kind of did look like a space turd, did it not? Oh my god, it fixed the car. W. Okay. Now we go to whiskey. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Dude, I want to mess with the pizza so bad. Press 1 in the chat if you would eat pizza naked. Be honest. You would? Have you ever? Or you just want to try it in your lifetime, you think? 2? Nah, you'd rather be fully clothed, Doge? That's fair. That's fair. But I would. That's fair. I don't know if I've ever eaten something naked. Have you guys ever had a snack while you were using the bathroom? How about that? No? Fair. Wait, I found this. Wait, I found whiskey. So it's somewhere here. There's a statue. Is it up the stairs or is it like near your thing? Up a little. Oh, my fault, my fault. Okay, thank you, Freckies. I just saw your message. I'm just going myself. Nude though too. Yeah, that's her. That's a bit. Is it unsanitary? I guess it might be unsanitary, as long as you don't touch anything. Like down there. What the? I can't get up here. They made this shit impossible. Wait, how would you do it then? On the left cliff? Okay. That is true, Pose. You don't want to get too confusing. Cujo, where is it dark? I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind over this game. Oh. Glorp Slam. Oh. Ghosty, I want to eat. Guys, I want to make tacos so bad. But I promised you guys an hour of this. Make tacos then. I'll miss you, Doge, though. Wow, you're so mean. Let me just check where my save is. Let me just get this egg because I will forget this egg. And if Freckle disappears, I'm so screwed. I mean, it's what's all right. Me and they stream. Wait, W, Freckle. In this game, lol, meow. I'm gonna make the. Oh, I'm gonna just stuff the shit out of my tacos. Is it up there? Is that the tower up there? Or is it to my right? The tower that maps the stars. That's a tower you gotta use to get signals? Yeah, so that would be... Are you kidding me? That's me right now, Ghosty. Hi, Chrono. You're gonna explode. Yeah. I was so high, I almost ate it. Big circle. Oh yeah, but fuck William. We don't need him, right? Hi Digiartist. Hi Maxel. How is your stream, guys? Circle's the best streamer in the world. I love them. A cosmic egg. Okay, the egg by friends beyond the stars found near their homes. I couldn't find that one for this life of me. He's the best character. I would be sorry if you did. Oh no. Did you have a... Oh fuck. What's that mean? That's the one that's gone? What do you mean? Cause she ate it? Is that why? That's so annoying. Why didn't bro like... That's wild. Is that... I spent like 30 minutes looking for it, Freckle. So what's the point of finding these eggs then if I can't complete the event? Like, do I actually get anything out of doing some of these eggs or not? Not at all. Wait, yeah, take care. Oh my god, if you had, yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Friends, please check out Circle. He's really cool. I adore you, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you sleep well. Take it easy. Sweet dreams, soft smiles. I wonder if I could get Addict to spawn them, because she's like a super Patreon to them or whatever. Man, I went out and got this egg for nothing. How do I only have $95? Did I not send? Did I not get paid? Remember I sent them shit? I'm starting to think I went the wrong way. Oh, if I really want to get it, just do the save thing. I guess you're right. I found home. I found home. Did it not reach home? Bug. MRE zip drive database. I wonder, my shit didn't sell. That's okay, that's okay. And it's not here either. I think I will consider food soon, guys. Ew, the alien crab thing is done. Okay. Okay. Oh, the weed! We need the weed! Alright. I might... I might wrap up just to eat. Well, I'm having so much fun. I hate fun. Fun makes me want to do things. But... oh, nothing fun happened in Voice of the Void. We learned that the Easter egg event is bugged. And I got way too hungry. I'm starving. Why are you starving in your room? No, I'm gonna order. I'm gonna order tacos. I'm gonna make some tacos, sweetheart. I'm gonna miss everyone. Is there food in like your fridge or your cupboard or like anything? No. Oh, I miss you guys. And I love you guys. Who are we gonna raid today? It's my friend's birthday. You miss me more? Will I see you tomorrow, Alex? Golly, I hope I see you tomorrow. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I thank you guys for showing up today. I appreciate you all very much. If you want, oh my god, my brain is slow. Join Discord, follow Blue Sky, check out YouTube, all of that jazz. Thank you, Zyland. Is that real, Maxwell? But yeah, we'll go raid somebody. But friends, if you are here tomorrow, should be normal streaming time, which is, I don't know, 12 EST, 1 EST, I don't know anymore. We'll be playing more Pragmata, which is such a good game. Love it. I love the hacking in it. It's so good. And then on Sunday we will play more Death Stranding, which is also equally good. Oh, all right. Let's go wish a really good friend of mine happy birthday. He's doing a VR chat stream. I hope you like VR chat. I might get in and say hi to them. Goofball doggo. Yeah, it's this guy's birthday. So if you could like wish him a happy birthday, that would be awesome. It really is. It's super fun. I kind of want to happy womb escape day. I kind of want to do a VR chat stream. I used to do them here and there, but I forgot, or I just didn't do them anymore. But I will do them soon. Yeah, Alex, you know them. All right, I miss you guys. Thank you so much for joining today. I love you. Say it back. Okay, bye. Say it back though, Alex. Doge, bye. Take care. Not that one episode. Goodbye. I love you. Bye, Doge. I love you. Bullies you because you're a nerd. Digi Artist, I'm sorry you just got here, but it was great seeing you as always again. Thank you so much. I hope to see you guys again soon. Cries in the club. Who cry in the club right now? Alright. God, that's an old meme. I love it though. Bye. Take care. Go wish Goofball happy birthday.